Another year has come and gone. So here we are as we gather again to talk the state of the voice of college football. Welcome into the voice of college football. We do appreciate you being here and do not take that for granted. So my name is Mark Rogers, and I started the voice of college football back in 2010, light years away in terms of digital media. And I want to thank everyone that's currently watching. I want to thank everyone who will watch. I want to thank everyone who has ever watched 1 second of one video or live stream. So typically in these type situations, we wait until the end to give thanks. But let's start out by giving thanks. So none of this is possible. None of this happens, whether good, bad, or indifferent. Whether you consider this to be the best college football channel you've ever seen, or the second best, or the fourth best, or the worst, whatever that may be, none of this is possible without you. It would, of course, be impossible for me to name all the people that have contributed in regards to viewership, comments, in terms of calling the show, supporting, giving me a pat on the back. All of those things. I will hopefully drop some of those names from time to time throughout the next hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours. I'm going to sit here until I say everything that I could possibly say. And yes, there will be an opportunity for you guys to call in. But I don't know if that's going to be 45 minutes from now. I don't know if that's going to be 2 hours from now. And so I apologize that I cannot give you a schedule of when you will be available and have that opportunity to call the show. Keep in mind there in the chat, if you want to talk about college football, I cannot stop you. But this is the one time for the entirety of the season. This is the one time that we do not focus on the teams and the programs and the coaches and the players and the games. We focus on what we are doing here at the Voice of College Football. I would ask that you would like the video. Please do that. All right. Let's acknowledge some folks in the chat. We have Tukey G. So this is pretty apropos right here. So Tukey G, well done. You're on cue. Here you are, the first to comment. Tukey G may lead in that category here at the Voice of College Football, as presented by FanDuel. Let's get that in. And FanDuel, you're going to have to, pardon me tonight, because we are not going to talk any odds of any sporting events. I'm not going to be displaying FanDuel's website and talking about, so that is just the way it is. This is a special occasion. This is what it is, and we have no opportunity to do such. We are only going to be on for like 7 or 8 hours. We do not have any time for that. But we do appreciate FanDuel sponsoring here at the Voice of College Football for the past few weeks and throughout 2026. So Tukey G, my salute to you. And when I salute Tukey G, just pretend that I'm saluting you as well, whoever you may be. Because again, anyone who has ever contributed to any amount of success that we have, whatever that is in this life, we do appreciate it. Cheryl, special words for Cheryl. Of course, I believe that Cheryl is the longest running member of the Voice of College Football community. She has to be. She is. There is a analytics list here on YouTube for everyone's channel where we can look at who the subscribers are, at least those subscribers that have allowed themselves to be known and not anonymous. And I can look to see how long that they have been subscribed to the channel. There are subscribers that have been here longer, out of the 47,000 plus, longer than Cheryl, but I do not know those individuals. I have not seen them ever here. So maybe they have just lurked in the darkness and watched me for 13 years, or maybe they have disappeared, as many have, of course. But Cheryl is noted here as the longest running member of the Voice of College Football community. George is right there, I'm sure, and others. Karen, thank you so much for your support. Karen says a hi to everyone, and we appreciate Karen being here. And thank you so much for the kind words on a regular basis. I'm going to run out here, so I'm not going to be able to go through everyone. So please, again, don't be offended because we cannot mention everyone here. But Jim 3422, a great supporter of what we do. And I'm going to put that comment up. So, Joe, you know that I'm going to throw that comment up. So I do appreciate that. Whatever caused you to say that the first time, that has now been a common comment out of Joe. And so, hey, whatever I've done to deserve that, I probably haven't done anything to deserve that in any such way, but we will take it and we will post it. As we continue our thanks, they will go from the fan base to the team here at the Voice of College Football, which at one point was a team of one. Just me for a long, long time. And then a lot of people like Jackson Johnson here just started watching, just started commenting, just started calling, just started contributing, just started trying to help out and got recognized. And Jackson has been a phenomenal help. I would call Jackson the premier utility player in all of college football, in all of college football media. However, that would be a slight to Jackson because typically utility players aren't very good at what they do. They just kind of move around and fill in the gap. Now, Jackson does that, but he does it exceptionally. He's an elite utility player. So, Jackson, thank you so much for all that you do. If I started to name the list of roles and responsibilities and tasks that Jackson plays out here at the Voice of College Football, we would be here ad nauseum all night. So, Jackson, thank you for being here. And again, just so many people, so many fine people, so many people that have done just so much. And I know that I'm going to finish up tonight, even if I'm here for 10 hours, and I'll think of 17 things I really wanted to say that I did not. I tried to give this more preparation than I usually do. My usual preparation for this annual event, the Voice of College Football, the State of the Voice of College Football, usually requires for me about 3 seconds of preparation, kind of like my live streams, 3 seconds of preparation. However, tonight, in preparation for what I'm about to say and for what we are going to talk about, I did give it some time and some thought. Doreen's here. So while I'm doling out thanks, if I don't do it now, I may forget. So thank you to Doreen. Thank you to Minnie for the Ladies of College Football Sunday night show that they delivered throughout the 2025 season. And Doreen has reposted my live streams, my videos. She is all over the place, not just here at the Voice of College Football, but elsewhere, just being a help and support to so many in the college football space. And again, including myself. And we so much appreciate Doreen. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I will just continue on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Let's start at the beginning. And I have no issue if you fall asleep, if you're bored, if you run off to some other show or to, I don't know, paint your toenails or anything that you would choose to do over the next several hours. I may, at one point, I don't know if 50 people watch this or 1,000 people, or there will be nobody watching by the time I'm done, but I'm going to sit here and say what needs to be said or say what I believe needs to be said and what I would like to say. So this is going to be a long spiel, long spiel. And again, I'm going to open up the phone lines to you and also to the hosts here at the Voice of College Football. I should have sent out an email to let them know that they should stop by and promote their show and talk up their content, because we are about 35 channels strong. Maybe Jackson could give me that number in regards to how many channels we have that are up and running with content on a weekly basis. It's about 35. All right. So way back in 1968, no, we're not going to go back that far. Relax. I always wanted to be a sports writer or a sportscaster. If you would have asked me in high school or college, I would have said, I don't know. Am I going to be a sports writer? Am I going to be a sportscaster? Little did I know that we would have something called the internet and you could be both. You could pretty much just do whatever you wanted. But that wasn't the case back in the 1980s. So I went to Kent State University and I did some writing there, but I swung toward television and radio. And hopefully this statement holds and was never duplicated, because we had a telecom department, telecommunications at Kent State University, and we would have fields of concentration. They would ask us, what is your field of concentration? Like news editing, news reporting, production, research. There could be all sorts of things. I said, I want my field of concentration to be sportscasting. And they said, well, that doesn't exist. And I said, well, I would like it to exist. They said, we don't have a field of concentration. You got to pick from this list. I said, well, it's sportscasting. So a few people there at Kent State pulled some strings, and I became the first sportscasting field of concentration member at the telecoms department at Kent State University. And hopefully, again, there was no more. Hopefully those individuals found something better to do with their lives. So great time at Kent State University, met tons of great people, had a internship at WAKC, WAKR. Many people would remember it as WAKR, Channel 23 in Akron. And if those fine folks would not have put me on air as like a 21-year-old, I don't know that I would be sitting here. I don't know that I would have been able to get anywhere in television, because you need a resume tape. That's what you need. If you were going to make it anywhere in television in the 1990s, you needed on air, you needed a resume tape. Now you can just start a YouTube channel. How about that? You can just start a YouTube channel and anyone can create content and then get hired if they so choose. I would actually encourage you not to get hired anywhere, but just to work for yourself. That would be mine bit of advice for tonight. But back in the old days, you had to work for somebody. You actually had to have somebody think that you were good. And so to get a resume tape together with a professional TV station, that I was interning there 2 semesters, and was glad that they put me on the air to at least report from high school football and basketball games and Akron and Kent State University football games. And so that got me off and running and at least got me a resume tape. So I pitched that resume tape all over the country and landed at WNCO in Ashland, Ohio, country music giant. And they had a fledgling little low power TV station. And I was desperate for a job. It was about 8 months after I graduated. And I was driving all over the place. No, let's be accurate, Mark. My dad was driving me all over the place. My dad loved this. He loved and had so much investment in my career. So to my late dad, may you rest in peace, he would drive me all over the place. We lived near Akron, Ohio. Well, actually, at the time, I did live in Akron, Ohio. And yeah, he would drive wherever. If it was within 5 hours, he would drive me there, say, you know what? And I would tell him, Dad, this is not how this works. You can't just drive to a TV station, knock on the door and say, I want to talk to the news director or the station manager. He goes, couldn't hurt. I said, it's like a 1% chance that they're going to talk to me. He's like, I don't care. It's a 1% chance. We're going to go. We're going to hop in the car, drive 3.5 hours to Wheeling, West Virginia, or Steubenville, Ohio, or wherever it was, Erie, PA. We're going to drive there. Buffalo, we're going to drive there, and you're going to knock on the door. And usually I sat there for like 3 hours in some kind of waiting room, and then I never talked to anyone. That's what usually happened. But I did finally wear some people down and got an interview and a audition at WNCO. They're in Ashland, Ohio. And dummy me, who needed a job, I needed to eat. My parents were kicking me out of the house. Dummy me on a job interview. When I was asked, what about, because I was selling myself as a sportscaster. When I was asked about news, what do you think of news? Do you like news? I said, I despise it. I hate news. I despise news. Well, we've got a news anchor opening. Oh, well, I don't remember what I said. I do remember I said I despise news. I don't remember what I said after that to try to recover because I needed a job. I did ask the station manager a few months later after I got the job. I said, Dean, I said, I told you I despised news during the interview. Why did you hire me? He said, well, you read the teleprompter better than everyone else. I said, okay, well, that did it then. So for 3 years, I was at WNCO in Ashland, Ohio, drudging my way through news every day, doing the 6 o'clock news, which I hated. But hey, I was on TV. I was 22 years old. I was on TV. Not everybody got a chance to do that. So, and the caveat is they allowed me to do play-by-play of high school football and basketball, Ashland University football on Saturday afternoons. And so I got to cut my chops doing some play-by-play. That is a tough job. I aspired at various times for a second or maybe a day to be a play-by-play announcer, but no, what those guys do is phenomenal. I don't have the pipes for it. I never did. But hey, for Central Ohio high school sports and Ashland University football, hey, I was probably just barely good enough. I actually remember calling a swim meet. It was like 98 degrees outside. I'm sure I'm exaggerating. Maybe it was 93. It was really hot. And there was this swim meet that was going on for like 8 hours, 9 hours. We broadcasted for like 9 hours in a swim meet in the heat. And I knew nothing about swim meets. I knew nothing about swimming. I didn't have anything to say. All I had was a list of swimmers. And after about the fourth, I don't even know what it would be. It wasn't a lap. Obviously, the laps are individually. The fourth relay, that was out of order. And yeah, Shelby, Ohio, or was it that in Loudonville, I believe, calling a swim meet, called a softball game or two, but mostly football and basketball. And some parades. I called a parade on my very first day of work. Imagine I'm coming in, I don't know what I'm doing anyway, and I've got to anchor the 6 o'clock news. I've got to just basically fumble around, just trying to do some stories, not knowing where I am. Ashland, Ohio was like an hour and 15 minutes away from Akron. I knew it existed. I didn't know anything about it. And I just showed up and I had to do the news that night. But no, they didn't stop there. Mark, you're going to have to announce a parade. This is my first day of work. They throw a parade at me too. So Stephanie Workman and I, if Stephanie would ever watch us here, I say hi to her because she was definitely a great co-anchor there at TV 59 for 3 years. And Claire Sorry, Claire, I don't remember your last name. Claire was Stephanie's replacement. So Steph Workman and Claire were my co-anchors for 3 years there, and had to call a parade. I knew nothing about parades, didn't like parades. I still don't like parades. I think they're boring. I think they're a waste of time. And I'm talking about like the best parades in the world, the Rose Bowl parade, the Macy's Day parade. I do not watch them. I never wanted to watch them. And I got to call a parade in Mansfield, Ohio. So I'm sure that I am awfully glad that that tape has been burned for decades. So then anyway, I was there for 3 years. Then I moved on to Mississippi. Always like to see what's in the chat. Rough Rider, Erica, good to see a lot of good people in the chat. Yes, thank you. One Michigander, thank you for that. Spelling not included. Okay, so I'll speed up here. We'll get to the time and place of 2026 here in a minute. So then 7 years at WCBI in Columbus, Mississippi, covering Mississippi State, Alabama, Ole Miss, going to all the press conferences every week, interviewing the coaches, the players. So that was that was the best job I ever had in terms of having an on-air position, no doubt, the best job. After 6 months, the sports director left. They promoted me to sports director. I couldn't believe that. I was the weekend guy. I reported during the week and was the weekend sports anchor. So after 6 months, the other guy leaves that runs the department. So I got to run the sports department for 6 or 7 years. Phenomenal job. Loved the people who worked there. They were great. I loved everything about it, except for a few things I would not mention here. I didn't like the pay, although they did give me a sizable raise with about a year or two left. But that was a phenomenal job. Covered bowl games, SEC championship games, College World Series, NCAA basketball tournaments, a Final Four. Just phenomenal experience. Phenomenal experience. Great experience. Left there in 2000. Went back to Ohio. Had the worst job that I've ever had as a overnight manager at a Walmart. Yeah, that the stories I've got from there. I've got stories from everywhere that will not be shared because you don't care, and I wouldn't give them justice. But yeah, little detour to Walmart for a year and a half, and I trained for like 6 months, and then they threw me to another store, and I was the nighttime manager. And those people were phenomenal for the most part, except for the ones that drank too much. I'm talking about the workers. Drank too much, slept on the job, or were too lazy, or didn't know what they were doing. Besides those people, everybody else was phenomenal. I got to say that is the one job that when I left, the ESPN situation aside, because that was during COVID, nobody was around. I quit and left, and there were only like 3 people working. That's an exaggeration, but there were like 13 people working when there were usually like thousands. So there wasn't much of a goodbye. But that was the one job as an assistant manager at Walmart where I couldn't believe it. I'd only been these people's manager for 6 months, a year. I don't know what it was. And these people just showered me with gifts, presents, all sorts of nice stuff. Yeah, they were mostly great. You had to fire a few people here and there. You can imagine the workers at a Walmart, but most of them, great people. Had a fun time there. Well, no, I hated the job. I liked the people. Then I got myself a job at ESPN. Yes. My wife at the time knew I hated working at Walmart, working at 10 o'clock at night until 10 o'clock in the morning. Brutal. And slamming I can't think of the term. I cannot think of the term. The carts with the little scissors to lift pallets. Anyway, I love the grocery business. I worked at a grocery store when I was in high school and college. Love the grocery business. Right now, every so often I think about I should get an overnight job down the street, working at whatever grocery store, just brainlessly stocking shelves. That would be phenomenal. If I could just stock shelves for I'd probably get sick of it after about 3 hours. For about 3 hours and just stock shelves and not think about anything, not have a care in the world, just stock shelves, make the aisle look beautiful. I loved working at a grocery store, but I did not love managing at a Walmart overnight. But I will say the one thing I will brag about is that I somehow got hired as a manager, even though the district manager told the store manager, do not hire this guy. He has no experience. He doesn't know what he's doing. Why are you hiring this guy? I somehow talked myself through a few interviews and made them believe that I could do the job. So they hired me. And we would be in training, management training. And this district manager would belittle me. He would slam me. He would disgrace me in front of 30 or 40 other trainees, management trainees, just because he didn't think that I could do the job. He would say, one time in particular, I remember, so-and-so, welcome. You're doing a great job. We know that you're going to be a great leader. You managed at Sears for 18 years. And then he would do the same and call out different people and run down their great experience. And then he came to me and he said, Mark, I have no idea why we hired you. And people would tell me after the meeting, wow, he is brutal. We're so sorry. Can't let those kind of things bother you. When I left Walmart, because the back room at the Walmart that they put me in charge of as the nighttime manager was a disaster. You could not walk in the back room. The stock, when you hit the double doors, the stock was slammed up against the double doors. You could not, we had to spend hours pulling stock out of the back room every night before we could bring in the trucks and bring in the new stock. And when I left, little thanks to me, mostly thanks to the people that worked under me, that worked so hard for me, and hopefully worked hard for themselves, actually. But when I left, you could roller skate in that back room. You could play football, play hockey, do whatever you wanted in that back room. And the district manager said, Mark, I was wrong. And if you ever need a job, all you have to do is call me and I will get you a job at a Walmart anywhere in America. And fortunately, I have not had to take him up on that. On to ESPN. I think I mentioned my wife at the time. She saw an ad. She was obviously looking where they needed somebody with exhaustive sports knowledge and producer skills. So, boy, that was a marathon of interviews. I believe it was 2 or 3 on the phone for about an hour each. And then they flew me to Connecticut. And you interview all day. You do the car wash, just like the talent or the athletes that come to campus and they're on every show. It's called the car wash. They run you through the car wash as a candidate for a job as well. You interview with so-and-so at 8 o'clock. Then you interview with so-and-so at 9, somebody else at 10, somebody else at 11. Then you have lunch, but the lunch isn't real relaxing or enjoyable because you've got to be on your guard because you're obviously there with the people that you're interviewing with. And so you've got to present yourself the best at lunch. And then you, as I did at least, had interviews at 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And I think by about 6 o'clock, I was done after about 8 or 9 hours of interviews. So I got the job, and that was just after 9/11. You may have heard of it. That was just after 9/11, and I was going into Walmart that night to quit because I got the call from ESPN. I got the paperwork. I got everything. And ESPN called me that day and said, because of what's happened. Now, this wasn't on 9/11. This is maybe a month later. They said, we are on a hiring freeze as of today. You are not hired. I said, well, I am hired. I almost went into work today and quit. So there was a hiring freeze at ESPN after 9/11 for a few months. But fortunately, they didn't forget me. And a couple months later, they called and I was hired at the end of 2001. Wow, that was a long time ago. I was just a baby. And I will summarize 19 years at ESPN to say I enjoyed it. Almost everyone was phenomenal to work with. They are the best at what they do. That's why they produce the best sports television in the industry. I was a minuscule, tiny little dot to contribute to that. And my final role was as a production operations manager for the last 15 years there out of the 19. I got off to a rough start. My first 6 months at ESPN was not good. They almost fired me. They almost let me go. I was not catching on. But I prayed, and things turned around, and things worked out rather well. And I got promoted like 3 times in 3 years. And had a nice run at ESPN. And those people are phenomenal. Again, built some great relationships, met some phenomenal people, enjoyed working with the people, did not enjoy the work all the time, did not enjoy the politics all the time. Even the politics that ended my run at ESPN was pathetic. But the politics that you had to put up with all the time, and when I say politics, I'm not talking about right and left, Republican and Democrat. I'm talking about office politics, people's territories. These type of corporations could be so much better. They're already phenomenal, but imagine how much more efficient they could be if people actually focused on their jobs and management actually focused on its jobs. And I say that with all due respect, that most of the management there was great at what they did and seemed to care. I met so many phenomenal people that I enjoyed working with and built strong relationships with. And yeah, I have little bad things to say, except for the final year there it was fine. Well, it was COVID, so that wasn't fun. That was quite the day when that all hit the fan. I was in a production operations room. Production operations, what do we call them? Production control room. Man, I've forgotten about this place in regards to the various acronyms. A PCR. We were in a PCR, production control room, and we were leaving Sports Center to go to the ACC basketball tournament at noon when we found out like 20 minutes to noon that there would be no ACC basketball game that day. And then suddenly there was no like Atlantic Coast Conference, or that is the ACC. There was no A10 game. And then the next one, and the next one fell, and the next one, and the next one, the Big 12. And Nobody knew exactly what was going on, even though there was that NBA situation a few nights earlier. So it was becoming known what this was very quickly. And man, that shut down operation. It did not shut down operations. It took all the games off the field. Therefore, what does ESPN do if there's no sports? Well, you saw what they did for the next 6 months, and we were taken off campus for a time. I did not go to campus from about March to June. I was actually one of the first people that they brought back in my department at my level, and that was quite an interesting time. But meanwhile, ESPN not too happy about what we were accomplishing here at the Voice of College Football, even though they signed off on it. But we will not go into that any further. So I was given an ultimatum, and here I am. So we do appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football and everyone that's watching right now. Yeah, that was quite the job, quite the run. I left there in October of 2020, and I was the midst of this. My special thanks go out to one Marty McPadden. Marty McPadden, you probably have never heard of him. But in about 2009, 2010, in addition to my management role, I was also doing some digital media, anchoring, and voiceover work at ESPN.com. I would love to know how that happened, because I got a call from the guy, may he rest in peace, Anthony Mormile, who ran ESPN Digital at the time. This is 2008, 2009. He calls me and says, somebody told me that we should interview you to bring you on the air, because we're going to really explode. And at that point, it was the ESPN phone. It was the ESPN phone. They were going to sell you the phone, and then all that digital media from ESPN was going to be on your phone, which it is, of course, now. But that was one of ESPN's rare failures. But they were pretty far ahead of the digital curve from that aspect in terms of being mainstream media. But he called me and said, somebody recommended you to be an on-air talent for digital media, but he never told me who. And so I went in there, auditioned, they liked it. And then I started to create content and do voiceovers for Major League Baseball and NHL and NBA and all the highlights that they would bring down, that they now just take the clips from SportsCenter and just put them on .com. Presto, kill two birds with one stone. When they first started, they did a whole separate other production for .com. And so I would go in and I would sit there during a Major League Baseball night, and I would be given shot sheet after shot sheet after shot sheet, and I'd keep track of as many games as possible. And as soon as the game was over, they wanted a voiceover immediately for the highlights, and I would go into a booth and knock out a shot sheet is basically just a sheet that has each shot, meaning each video shot, and then a very basic description of what happened. So then you, as the broadcaster, can embellish. So it's not scripted, but it's simply third inning, Alex Rodriguez single to left, Derek Jeter scores, Yankees 1-0. That's all it says on there. And then you, as the highlights person, if you're worth your weight in salt, you should be able to embellish on that and come up with your own catchphrases and so forth. So that was fun. That was great. But that was temporary, because my real job, management job, got in the way, and I could only answer the bell once in a while. But the reason I bring that up is my buddy Marty McPadden. He would be working in production operations management some nights when I was over at digital, and he let me know finally because I said, Marty, this sucks because so-and-so director up here, executive director, vice president, whoever, won't let me try to get a full-time job over here because they told me at ESPN Digital that they're blocking the path for you working over here. And he's like, Mark, it's not 1975. Start a YouTube channel. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't have like a cat. I don't have like water skis. Start a YouTube channel. Isn't that all you do is watch like stupid stunts and animals? So in 2010, we started our fine Voice of College Football YouTube channel named at the time Mark Rogers TV. Why Mark Rogers TV? Because I'm an egomaniac. No, because I didn't know what sports we were going to talk about. If you look at the first 25, 30 videos on this channel, baseball, NFL, even a Masters golf video, Tiger Woods, something I had to say about Tiger Woods. But we quickly zeroed in on college football. And I know that you were so glad that we did. And here we are. So I want to thank Marty because not only did he plant the seed, but then he has been the number one technical support for me personally. Basically, I know that one of these cords that leave each laptop, camera, microphone, anything goes into the wall. I know that. I got that part down. But Marty actually knows what to do with the other ones. And so he has been a phenomenal support. And if this operation was as good technically as Marty McPadden is and as good as his advice is, well, we would be so much better today. Believe me. So anyway, we really got rolling in 2013. That's even though 2010 is the official start, I'd say in 2013 really started to produce videos on a regular basis. I don't know when we did our first live stream. That is easily looked up, actually. I should look it up. But we started to do live streams soon thereafter. And we were off and running and nobody was watching. And sometimes nobody's watching now, but it was no different then. Nobody was watching many times. But, you know, I went from, okay, this video got 15 views to this video got 58 views to this video got 9 views. But then this video got 207 views. And shoot, if I saw a video got 300 views, I was jumping through the ceiling. So we just kept at it. And we will kind of chronicle our progress and such. I won't use the other word. Our progress and such and other. We're going to show you at some point here some numbers that show you how well we are doing here at the Voice of College Football, because it is the state of the Voice of College Football. And I don't know which year we did this for the first time. However, we just kept rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. At some point, I decided to bring people on. So that was a two-part decision. And when I say bring people on, I'm not talking about other hosts. I'm talking about guests. So 2013, something like that, it hit me that I think I can break down the Wisconsin Northwestern game coming up Saturday. I think I can do a pretty darn good job of that. But you know what, Mark? There's actually people out there that know Wisconsin and Northwestern better than you do. Why don't you bring them on so you don't have to prep for 45 minutes to cut every video? Plus, so that was the first reason, was to get more knowledgeable, team-oriented people on here, media. then the second thought was, ding, those people have people that watch and listen to them, and they can then follow them on here, and they will get to listen and watch me and hopefully stick here. Plus, what we did at SB Nation in particular, Georgia Tech, Boston College. Oh, I was going to go through the ACC, but it was beyond that because we did a Big 12 show on Wednesday nights. We did an ACC show. We did a Pac 10 show, 12 show. We had 3 consecutive hours of shows, conference-based shows, and many of those people were SB Nation writers and editors, and they would post our videos on there. I would ask them, hey, do you think that your Georgia Tech, whatever they call themselves, something like From the Rumble Seat? Wow, I came up with that one. From the Rumble Seat on SB Nation. Do you think that they would like our video? Would you post it? That started to get our viewership going because we started posting our videos on SB Nation on a pretty regular basis. I should probably reach out to them now. We hit our 10,000th subscriber in May of 2019. The reason I believe I remember that, because normally I would not remember the month for sure, is that I was traveling to Houston that same day. I was traveling to Houston the next day, and we held a big celebration here. We held a big celebration. You know what? Let's find it. We had a cake. I went and got myself a cake. I don't know that I've ever watched this since. There it is. Heck yeah. Where's our cake? Got a cake. Got a cake. Is this the one where we got the cake? I assume. I don't see a cake. We get a cake. Where's the cake? Maybe I did 2 videos with a cake and only one had the cake. What? I'm disappointed. That's the end of it. Where's the cake? No cake. Hang on. Boom. Let's try this one. We're going to say this is the, oh, this must be the cake. This is the cake video. I told you that this live stream may go on all night. Oh, yes. I used to take calls by holding the phone up to the microphone. What's going on there? Oh, there's my man. So there's Marty right there. There's Marty. I brought him on there. I don't know how we got. Okay, there he is. There he is. Look at that. I did not recall that we brought on Marty for the big show. Tony Syracuse is there. There's Marty. Some of my favorite people. Tony Gerdeman. David Waters. So remember I told you that we used to do shows, Big 12 breakdown, ACC breakdown, Pac-10 breakdown, Pac-12 breakdown, SEC breakdown, Gators breakdown. So we had an SEC channel that once we were not able to get things rolling and nothing bad was going on between David and I, everything's good with us. But just some of the plans that we had with 2 other guys did not come to fruition as we had planned. We were going to take over the SEC. I was on a radio station. I'm never going to remember the name of the host. His name's Scott something. Scott. And he had me on for about 6 months every day. And this radio station was broadcast all over Alabama, the Panhandle, Louisiana, Mississippi. I Talk SEC. That's it. I Talk SEC with Scott, and can't think of his last name right now. And he would have me on all the time. Anyway, between him, my buddy Chad Niepling, and Mike Laval, and David Waters, we were pushing hard to like go full throttle with this, like, and just didn't. We had a couple people involved that didn't like each other, and so it didn't work out, and just it didn't take off, or we never got the chance to have it take off. Needless to say, that's right. So the current Gators Breakdown was actually originally the SEC Breakdown channel. That was going to be our channel there. Where's the cake? Gotta find the cake. There's Claire. Claire used to be on our Buckeye show all the time. Marty's back. Marty must have been hanging out like the whole time. Look at that. What's going on here? We had a cake. I missed the cake. Anyway, I am not going to search forever to find the cake. But this has to be the show with the cake because they're the balloons. Maybe at the beginning? Yeah, I would think. Cake, cake. Got to be cake. All right, I give up. I give up. But that was that. Where were we? Okay. So then we moved on to team channels. And basically what happened there was I determined based on some viewer comments, because we would draw in, let's say, a Georgia fan. There would be a Georgia fan, 2, 5, 10 Georgia fans after I produce some Georgia content. I would, let's say, have a Georgia media person on, and we would run through spring practice and go through all the positions, and I'd pump out like 10 or 12 Georgia videos. And then I was done with Georgia for a while, and some Georgia fans would jump on and say, "This is great. We love that Georgia content, but now you're ignoring Georgia." So between that and just thinking we cannot inundate this channel with like 14 videos a day, let's start some team channels. And even though it seems like a long time that we've been doing team channels, and it seems like a long time that we have had other hosts, thank goodness, other hosts hosting all these shows on all these other channels, it really hasn't been that long since I was hosting all the shows on all the channels. West Virginia, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Miami, Florida State. Anybody else? Probably. Others I'm forgetting. So when you really look at it, it seems like, for example, Justin Adams doing a great job on the Nebraska channel, took that over from me, the hosting responsibilities, 2 years ago. So it's only been less than 2 years, but he's been killing it. He and Brian Moore now on the Nebraska channel. So in retrospect, even though it seemed to be working pretty well at the time, and we were happy with the viewership, happy with the progress of all these team channels, didn't make a whole lot of sense for me to be hosting here's the prime example, a Michigan show. So believe it or not, Michigan fans, I was hosting the Michigan show. I looked at this one time with our guy TJ and John D'Adamo, and I found where I handed the Michigan show off to John, I'm taking a guess now. I don't even know what number show they're on, but I was at like 100. I don't know what the number is. I might be off. It might have been 80. It might have been 120. Anyway, a lot of shows on the Michigan channel. And I would bring on Michigan contributors because I was not the expert on Michigan football and certainly was not the enthusiast of Michigan football. So it certainly has been a positive to pull me off of all these shows because I'm not a fan of these teams. Now, I still host the Iowa show with Corey Bratta, still do the Ohio State show with Steve Hellwagon and Tony Gerdeman, the Florida State show when we do get together with Georgitis and Big Game James Coleman. And of course, the Miami show with Cam Underwood, State of the U, who is the longest running tenured analyst here at the Voice of College Football. Cam Underwood and myself with Miami Football Talk every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Cam and I have been broadcasting together since 2013. You can go back on the Miami. Well, it wouldn't even be on the Miami channel. It would be on this channel. You could look up Miami, the Miami Louisville 2013 Russell Athletics Bowl, and you're going to see Cam Underwood 13 years ago. That said, I do believe, even though we've had some phenomenal people, Cam would be the one that was our first contributor who has lasted and persevered through that. I believe that the talent that we have on the network across the team channels is the best that it's ever been. And I will say, respectfully so to other people, and it's not their fault because the buck stops here with me. So I decided to bring them on. I made a mistake. That there are certain people that we've brought on in the past, and please do not fill in the blank with any particular name because you're probably guessing wrong. So that does not mean that anyone who was at one time working with us here at the Voice of College Football and no longer is not a really fine person, did not leave on good terms, and is not really good at what they do, and is not a really good podcast host. In a lot of cases, things did not work out, or they had other opportunities, better opportunities, or just other opportunities, and did not have the time to podcast. Best example of that, Tim Prangley, still a great, great friend of the show, friend of the network, still shows up in the chat, doing a remarkable job, I'm sure, on his current YouTube channel, which focuses, I believe, on LA football. Tim's amazing, did a great job for us, and we would love to have him back. But I would say that overall, the hosts and the analysts that we have today are better than they've ever been collectively than in the past. My fault. We brought people on here that were not that good. Again, do not speculate as to what people I'm talking about. It is difficult to build this type of endeavor from the ground up because, number one, truth be known, nobody gets automatically paid. So we have non-monetized channels, and those channels bring in zero revenue. Therefore, since those channels bring in zero revenue, those hosts bring in zero revenue and zero for them. It's not like I say, you know what, you're doing a great job, here's $200 a month. No, the content has to be producing revenue for the host to be paid. So it's not a well-paid position, even all the way to the top. And I will get into that to a certain extent in a few minutes. What next? What next? Here we are in 2026. All right. I think we're at the point where we need to look at we've looked at the ascension. Now where are we? Now where are we? We're going to show you some numbers, also give you what I think is my reason why we have seen our better days here at the Voice of College Football. So nobody shed a tear, nobody feels sorry for anyone, and nobody think that we are going anywhere. I know that that's been out there among a few people because I am asked about that from time to time. Mark, it sounds like you're quitting. Sounds like you're done. I've adjusted my role here at the top of the network, certainly. So from the time that I marked in 2010 and then later 2013, certainly, and then in 2020 when I left ESPN, I have been full throttle, full go. I still remember our buddy Uncle Lou saying to me when I was still at ESPN that he found out that I worked at ESPN. He could not believe it. He said, I thought you did this full time. You're on all the time. You're producing content all the time. And you're at ESPN? And I said, yeah, 50 hours a week. I'm at ESPN. So I had to go from content creator to, if this was going to be sustainable at a network level across the board with multiple channels, many channels, I had to go from content creator solo, which would be great. Hey, if I could get on here and be the male version of Candace Owens and just produce a podcast every day and make, good Lord, what do you think she makes? $2 million a month? Not a year, $2 million a month. I was looking at this yoga channel the other day, and I just looked at the number of subscribers and I took it to Social Blade. It is a website that measures the success of YouTube channels and I think other social media. And I looked at the views on that channel and the subscribers and guesstimated conservatively that this individual was making $150,000 a month just on ad revenue. Now, this person, I'm sure, makes all sorts of money on merchandise, sponsorships, way beyond that. But they are pulling in a easy $150,000 a month just on YouTube ad revenue. So I definitely did not get into this to get rich because college football is not the way to get rich. And we have gone again from the role of content creator, period. And at one point, I thought that's all I would do here is be a content creator. And that's all that needed to be done. And if I had the kind of success that I envisioned, that I would not need to do anything else. But a few things happened. Number one, the channel declined, and we will look at that. Number two, I determined at some point, do I want to be sitting here when I'm 70 years old and I'm going to be dependent on how much content I create? No, I need to be making a few bucks when other people, because of what I've built and established, they are producing videos, they are creating content, and I'm making some money off of their work. Not that I have to be producing a video every day, and if I go on vacation, I am going to lose every second of every day, because I was used to being in a corporation at ESPN, and the year that I left, I was going into a situation of 5 weeks vacation, paid vacation, plus all the comp time. And oh my goodness, I was looking at like being able to take 55 days off the next year. And when you work for a business or a corporation, it's nice. You go on vacation and you're making the same amount of money when you're on vacation as you are otherwise. But I was suddenly in this world where if I don't produce videos, if I don't do live streams, I'm not making anything. Well, that can't happen. That can't last. And also understand, I will try to say this succinctly, and believe me, I'm saying this with all graciousness and gratitude to all of you and everybody involved and so forth. But without my savings account, this all would die and be dead, because I would have had to shut it down and go do something else. So my savings has sustained this network. So we hit a point in about 2022 into 23 where I was like, that can't continue. I cannot continue to drain my savings just for the sake of creating college football content. For as much as I love you folks, I can't be hemorrhaging $5,000 a month and running a YouTube channel. So I was a bit late on that. If I could do it over, I would have changed a lot of things. I would have turned into a businessman much sooner, but I was just intent on content, live streams all the time. Well, I paid the price for that mentality. Many of you loved it because you would comment about all the videos and all the content and all the live streams and constantly producing content, but we have paid the price for that. We should have been focused on marketing, sponsorships, all those things. So while we are on that topic, let's show you some numbers. Yeah, let's do this next. SEC Dog, appreciate you being here. Rick, Pitt, thanks for being here. Thank you. I believe Erica has given us a super chat. Is that any Oreo talk tonight, Mark? I sure could go for some, but it's too cold to go buy any. -9 degrees. That's E-Gold B1. That's got to be Erica. Erica, thank you so much for the contribution. I do appreciate that. Looks like you had to change your YouTube handle. Oreo Talk. So that goes back to a live stream we did. This was about 3 years ago. Did a live stream about 3 years ago. And ever since I was 12 or 13 years old, people would marvel at how much I knew about sports. And I don't say that in a bragging way. It's just the way it is. And it's really not a good thing. I should have known more about other things, not who the utility infielder is for the San Diego Padres and that he's hitting 223 with 3 home runs and 14 RBIs. That would amaze people and sports fans would love it. But then something was invented called the internet and I became obsolete. But before that, when nobody knew or it would take forever to look anything up and people were just like, who's the all-time NFL passing leader? And I'd say, well, Fran Tarkington, 47,003 yards. Well, you didn't have the internet and nobody wanted to go to a library to find that. So I was somewhat useful, but now we've got the internet. But even at the outset of the internet and years later, I should say, my first few years at ESPN, we used to play a game that I didn't invent, but these guys, as enormous baseball fans, would play this game. And then they brought me into it. And I was like the ace. They would pull up a player's stat line on baseballreference.com. They would cover up his name, obviously, and anything that would give away his identity with a sticky note and time me to see how long it would take me to name the player. Again, I know I'm saying this to a bunch of sports fans, so it sounds like I'm bragging, but if I said this to reasonable people that like have better things to do, they would say, Mark, you wasted your life. What were you doing all that time? Well, number one, yes, I was watching a lot of sports and reading a lot of sports, but I also have a really good memory. So believe me, I had fun. I was outside playing. I was, dating and doing all those good things. So I didn't like just, sit in the corner with a baseball encyclopedia and a radio and TV on at the same time. I got to say, I think back to college and I think about what I get accomplished now, which I work pretty hard. If I'm not going to church, working out, spending time with my loved ones, friends, and others, having a good time going out, doing those things. I decided when I moved down here to Florida, because I was working so hard before that for about, I was going to say 3 or 4 years. Well, think before I left ESPN, I was working at ESPN and I was doing all these things. Yeah, I had no life for about 5 years, other than I had a girlfriend in Houston and I would go see her. And then my life would shut down for about 4 or 5 days when I was with her. And then I would come back here. And I would even, people, probably nobody here, but people at the time would comment about me shooting videos in hotel rooms and so forth. Anyway, what was I getting to? Oh, I lost it. I forgot where I was going with all of that. Oh, knowing a lot about sports and all that. And yeah, you got me. Okay. We're going to be here for like 10 hours anyway. So I'll probably come back to it at some point. Let's get back to the channel, the network, but let's focus on the channel. So the numbers you're about to see are strictly the main channel here. Oh, I know what I was starting to say is for about 5 years, I just lived and breathed the voice of college football constantly. And I am still working plenty of hours a week, believe me. I just figure if I'm not enjoying myself with friends and others, or working out or going to church or those sorts of things, then I might as well be working. If I'm just here, it's hard not to work. But I decided when I moved to Florida that, and this is one of the reasons why, if you've noticed this past football season, I've handed off to Matt Zemek, John D'Adamo, and there's been other times that I just didn't show up for my show or the show was late or whatever, that I decided when I moved here, I'm in Florida in March of 24, that no, if I can go do something, if somebody has offered for me to do something, and I've had all sorts of social activities going on a regular basis, that I'm going to do those things. And I am never going to say no to something I want to do because I have to be here. Because I did that for too long without any real payoff, as you will see. If you like numbers, we got numbers for you this year. We did not do this in the past, but here we have numbers for you as a breakdown to the voice of college football. And these numbers may look horrible. They did to me, but I already knew them when I put them together this afternoon. So I went back to 2016. I could have gone back further than that, but I basically measured the number of viewers that we had starting on September 1st, the beginning of the football season, basically September 1st through the national championship game. I marked that as January 20th. And you see 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. I would have told you before I put these numbers together that we hit our peak in 2021, 22, but actually we hit our best football season with 1.578 million views in 2019. Now, I note there in 2020 that ESPN shut me down in October. They gave me a warning and told me to shut down my channel. And so I just kind of put it on hold. And I slipped off to the Ohio State channel and the Miami channel. But we were basically shut down. We were shut down, did not produce anything for a month here. And that really helped right in the middle of football season. And of course, 2020, less games played, COVID, that affected that, obviously. And then we picked it right back up in 2021, 22, 1.4 million, 1.2 million, 1.1 million in 2023, then 670,000, 398,000. Yikes. Awful. Atrocious. Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. It's nice that you guys are watching right now. Our next bit of info. So that's during the football season. Now, here is total viewership for the entire year. 2016, we're building 400,000, went over 1 million in 2017. I was probably ecstatic about that. Then in 2018, we were just under 1 million views. Then, boom, 2019, 2.86, almost 3 million views in 2019. Then in 2020, basically 2 million, 2.7 million. And again, 2020 was 2020 with some teams playing 5 football games. So the content wasn't there. And another thing that factors into this is that YouTube determines what they point people to. And in 2020, it's all about COVID and everything having to do with that news cycle. They were pushed there. But again, the shortened football season obviously impacted that number. 2.7 million, 2.3 million, 2.1 million, 1.4 million, 831,000 in 2025. I will give you my theories here in just a second. So those are some disheartening numbers, huh? And then here we go to subscribers added. About 700 in 2016 and 2,900, 3,400, almost 11,000 subscribers added in 2019. That's when we hit 10,000. So by the end of the year, we probably had close to 20,000, over 6,000, over 9,000, 6,400, 4,500, 2,300, 1,300. You see the trend? I'm noticing a trend. Maybe it's not there. I don't know. I'm noticing a trend. Live stream viewership. Now, understand with all of these numbers, we don't know how many videos were produced or how many live streams. So YouTube is phenomenal for us content creators in giving us analytics. But the one thing they don't do is give us the simple division problem. Okay, 1 million views. How many videos? Like, do I have to go through the entire year and count them? So I did not go to that exercise. So there is going to be an inconsistent number of videos produced and live streams produced. So that may have factored into the numbers. So I may have produced more videos and live streams during those years. I think I did slightly, but not anywhere close to the numbers. And you will see there because we do have live viewership averages coming up. Live stream viewership, about 500,000, up past 600,000, 900,000, 1 million. 2022 was our peak. Then 900,000, 485, 244. Yeah, I was coming on here just wasting my time. And when I say waste my time, I don't mean because you're not worth it, but let's face it, in regards to justifying my time, yes, I was wasting my time. All right. Again, that is no reflection on you guys. I love being here, love talking to all of you, but it's a business. Top 5 live streams. So what this means is I looked at the top 5 live streams for the year, and this is the number one, the range of the number one audience and viewership of a live stream, and 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the range of the top 5 live streams. 8,000 to 11,000, about 5,800 to 9,100. Then we jumped up 2021, 22, 23. We had live streams that brought 13, 15, 18, 23, 25,000 views in 21, 22, 23, 24. And even though we saw a slide in 24, we still had a couple live streams in 2024 that went over 20,000 views. This year, my 5th best live stream is only 3,500 views. That would have been like the 50th best live stream. Probably not even that in years gone by. And my most watched live stream this year, 2025, I don't know which one that is, 5,300. Pitiful. Live viewers. So this is how many people are watching at the peak. This means this is the most people watching at any given time, and then the average. Now, the average is, in terms of looking at my shows, this is probably slightly dragged down by some other shows that we've had on the network, but not by much. So in the past, think about this, and I would have done statistics and posted them for previous years, but this is where YouTube started breaking this down. So that's why we only go to 2022. Did a live stream in 2022 with 750 people watching, and others with 500 people watching, 600 people watching. This was not a rare occurrence. The next year in 2023, we did a live stream with almost 1,300 people watching. And again, it wasn't like there were 30 people watching every night and then all of a sudden 1,200 people watching one night. Now, like, that's indicative of how many people were watching on a regular basis. And then you see 2024, and then this past year in 2025, I have no idea. That was probably a post game to a playoff game. The best we could do was 189 people watching at one time. That was the best. That was like average before, even though that says average. I don't really necessarily believe that. So let me leave this up, and I will let you know what I think has happened. But I will start out by letting you know. Hi, Doreen. This does not include Twitter or streaming. No, this is just on YouTube. So one thing would be this channel, this show, all of my content has never been as good as I thought it could be. In no way, shape, or form. It could look better. There could be graphics. My graphics suck. The graphics on these live shows, they're fine. They're okay. Those are provided by StreamYard. I'm not going to cut on StreamYard. They're fine. My thanks to Chris, who is our operations manager. Actually, he has a more highfalutin title than that, but I apologize because I cannot remember what title I gave him that is more advanced than operations manager. But he is the operations manager, and again, much more than that, in charge of content, and he's my right-hand man, and he is the best business partner and person to simply work with and share ideas, share perspectives. He is a hard worker. He is smarter than a whip, smarter than me, and keeps us operationally going. And I can't remember why I started, but I do need to recognize and commend Chris. So I do thank him. So I do have some thoughts about what has happened. So, yes, this has never been the channel, the show, the content that I would want it to be. I know why I brought up Chris because I'm looking at these beautiful backgrounds where it says CFB Late Night Live. Those were all built by Chris across the network, all the various backgrounds to all the shows that are beautiful. They look great. That's why some of it looks so good and others portions of what I produce, my thumbnails. Should I be creating thumbnails? No. 10 years into this, shoot, 6 months into this, if you know what you're doing and you build a successful YouTube channel, you should probably not be creating your own thumbnails unless you're really good at it. Somebody else should do that. So, my thumbnails, I know they suck. They're mine. Others do them for the team channels, but the ones here on the main channel, I produce those thumbnails and I think they're okay. They're not completely embarrassing. But one of the most important things you can do on YouTube, all the gurus tell you this, is build a quality thumbnail. I don't do that. So one black mark, one strike against me. I don't build a great thumbnail. And I have not updated them. They probably look like they come from 2019 when we had our best year. Let's put this up here. The full year. Yes, 2019. 2021's right there as well. So my thumbnails suck. When I put a breakdown together with statistics, and some of you will know what I mean, my graphics, awful, suck, terrible. I hate doing them. They're not good. They don't look good. I just use what Apple gives me in whatever the application is called, QuickTime. I just use whatever graphics they have. They're terrible. They look awful. And obviously, everyone else is becoming more and more advanced. They are putting together better looking graphics, videos, whatever they're doing. I don't know what they're doing because I don't watch. My media consumption on the internet is mostly old games, Elvis Presley, political podcasts, spiritual podcasts. That's pretty much it. I don't care to watch other college football people. I don't think many of them are that good. So, yeah, the look is terrible. The set's terrible. Here's my set. This is not the best set I've ever had. The best set I've ever had is not even that good, but it's better than this one. Which actually brings me to something I was going to show in terms of the difference of live streams. So this is one of our most popular live streams ever. This is the Ohio State Michigan live post game show in 2021, and it has 26,000 views. And that was not the greatest set in the world, but it was better than this one. And actually, at that point in time, the way I was shooting that, I don't like. It was better than that at other times. But that's back in Connecticut right there. I have since been in Ohio and now in Florida. So we've been in different locations. But that is the 2021 Michigan Ohio State live post-game reaction, 26,000 views. I don't get 26,000 views for live streams anymore. I'm lucky to get 1,000 views for a live stream now. I'm definitely better looking now. There's no question about that. So again, this all looks great. College football late night live. I love that. Presented by FanDuel. All of this looks great. What Chris built. The rest of it, this, I don't like any of this. I'd have a sign wanted to have a neon sign. I would do all sorts of different things. I actually would turn it over to somebody else to design. I did get some LED lights. See those back there? But you can barely see them. But they do. This is why I went to the dark look here, because that shows up the LED lights better. I've got a $2,500 camera, Canon camera, in this closet right here. It hasn't been used since 2022 when I left Connecticut. And there's a lot of reasons why. So I'm just using a laptop, and I have poured all sorts of money into equipment, but I'm just using a laptop and a really not a good mic. It's okay. And this voice needs all the help it can get. I should get a better mic. I had a better mic. Well, in that video, probably, right? Yeah. That was, I don't recall the type of mic that is, but it's a better mic than what I'm using now. But it clamped into the desk, and I don't have that type of desk now, and so forth. So we have been short on aesthetics here at the Voice of College Football. Short on aesthetics. Graphics suck. Again, I'm talking about mostly the videos where the fonts, when I build graphics pages, I've done 3,000, 5,000 videos with these graphics, and it still bothers me every time I put them together. This whole channel, I will let you know, I am not proud of it. Like a lot of people will say, Mark, you had a great run. And I so much appreciate everyone who compliments what we do here at the Voice of College Football. I had at least 5 people tell me this week, meaning they wrote this in the comments, Mark, you're the best. You've got the best YouTube channel. You're the greatest. Whatever, they listed me as the best. And I thought, well, this isn't the best. But thank you. I appreciate that. That is very, very nice of you, which brings me to something that we typically address at the outset of these State of the Voice of College Football. Why the name, the Voice of College Football? I mentioned that it started off Mark Rogers TV. I did not know what sports I was going to talk about. I just thought I was going to talk about sports. And at that point, I loved the NFL and I loved Major League Baseball. But I quickly determined some baseball fans not going to watch me if they like one video and then they see I don't talk about baseball for 3 weeks. So I got to narrow it down. So we went with college football. And then this is where the name, the Voice of College Football, came from. And it's so funny how many people, SEC Dog, thank you so much for that. And I'm sure there are a bunch of great comments in the chat, so I apologize that I'm not seeing them. I should be able to go back. At some point, they'll be noticeable and visible for everyone that watches later. I don't know at what point that is. Like as soon as we get done with the live stream, they take the comments down and you can't see them for like 6 hours, but then you can later. So I did want to highlight, this one jumped out to me. Mark, you'd be a great Paul Feinbaum for the Big Ten, and with good reason, sir. I hope whatever you aspire, it comes to pass, sir. SEC Dog, you've been watching this for a long time, and you are so, so much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. That's very kind of you. Yes, SEC Dog, I've covered the SEC. I consider that I still cover the SEC, but I know what you mean. Really covered the SEC, got paid to cover the SEC. Yes, for 7 years at WCBI in Columbus, Mississippi. Ole Miss was 2 hours away, but even though they were 2 hours, 2.5 hours away, we had to cover them just like they were in our backyard next door, because our coverage area was pretty much northern Mississippi and 7 or 8 counties in Alabama. University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa was only an hour away. Mississippi State was only 25 or 30 minutes away. Again, I mentioned this off the top. Best on-air job I've ever had. I loved it. I loved covering sports every day. And I worked at a place that, even though, tell me if you've heard this before, because this happened elsewhere. Why does this happen? Everything's great, working well. Yeah, they did me wrong in the end too. But I will mention, even though I don't give much attention to awards, I did win the Associated Press Award as the Mississippi Sportscaster of the Year 3 times. 3 times in 4 years. I have no idea what they were thinking the other year. It was like 1996, 97, 98, 2000 or something like that. It was like, well, I was the same guy that other year. Like, why didn't I win? But yes, covering the SEC. Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. I had a great time there. And I love covering sports every day. And that's where I cut my teeth. And I grew up so much there as a sportscaster and also leading a department. So not just being a individual contributor, but having to manage a sports department that at age like 27. So that was an interesting job, and that made me grow up. Where were we? The voice of college football. Why the name? Yes. So at some point, and I find it funny because I know about 5 people that take credit for this, and it can only be one. And I think I know who it is. But somebody in the comments said, da 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 da. Well, as the voice of college football, da 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 da. And then a couple days later, somebody else. Well, as the quasi voice of college football, da 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 da. Somebody else, da 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 da. Mark, in the middle of asking me a question, as the de facto voice of college football. And I said this to my friend, who I believe I'm giving him credit, my buddy Steve, as being the guy who came up with the voice of college football. So everyone in the voice of college football network, whether you're in the community as a viewer or you're a contributor as a host, whoever, my buddy Steve came up with the voice of college football. I told him, these people keep calling me the voice of college football. And he finally said, Mark, that's a great name. That's a great name for your channel, the voice of college football. You're the voice of college football. And I said, that is a great name, isn't it? I got it patented. And for those people that have come to me, and this has been rare, it has happened a few times that somebody has mocked me. You're not the voice of college football. Keith Jackson's the voice of college football. Keith Jackson is the voice of college football. They are different types of voices. This is why. Did Keith Jackson give his opinion? Was he an analyst giving his opinion, being a commentator? Oh, I'm sure 3 times a season he would say something opinionated like, that boy can really run. No. Keith Jackson, his vocal cords, his voice. Oh, Nelly. His voice as a play-by-play announcer made him the voice of college football, the actual verbal voice, the sound. For those kind people that pointed me out and named me the voice of college football, that is from a opinion standpoint, the voice of college football. And for those detractors and those people who mocked that or made some kind of comment about it. I simply said, take it however you want. That's how it started. And yes, I have called myself the voice of college football after others. I didn't start that. I would not start that. I would have never said that about myself. But I say to those detractors, think of it this way, or anyone else, because this is how I also look at it. You, SEC dog, Cheryl, George, DeReal MVP, Doreen, Jim, Troy, everybody else I'm not remembering right now because I don't have your names in front of me, Erica, and all sorts of awesome, amazing people. You have a voice. We have done everything possible to give you a voice. I have to believe that I have been on here doing more live streaming than anybody in the college football space. For better or worse, I have been here longer and done more. I did a live stream every night at 10 p.m. Eastern time from mid-July through the national championship game. I used to work at ESPN, come home, and at 4 a.m. sometimes, if there was breaking news that day, just start a live stream. I'd have 200 people here at 4 a.m. doing a live stream. So I have, if nothing else, cranked out the content and done my best to provide all of you the opportunity to sound your voice. So you are the voice of college football. The guests that I bring on, they're the voice of college football. I am the voice of college football. Together, we are the voice of college football. Thank you, SEC Dog. That's very nice of you. And again, yes, I so much appreciate that. But these shows and the content that we produce is not what I want. It's not what I intended to deliver. I intended this to be so much better. So much better. Good one, Erica. Very nice. I like it. Hashtag, we are the voice of college football. Thank you for that. So I'm not saying this in any way for any of you to sympathize or say, no, really, Mark, it's great. I believe I'm very proud of certain things that we've done. I am proud of perseverance. I'm proud of working a zillion hours a week. I'm proud of delivering analysis that I believe has most of the time been as good as it could be anywhere. But like this, the aesthetics, the graphics, the set, not proud of that. The content in the last year to 2 years, not proud of that. So if you've noticed, and only some very acute people who are listening all the time, watching all the time, you would have noticed this. So I mentioned a few minutes ago that basically my savings keeps this alive. That because of that, I started really trying to figure out a couple years ago, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I got to do something else. Either I've got to make this a powerhouse, or I've got to try to keep it going while I'm doing other stuff, or I got to just shut it down and go do something else. Well, I enjoy it too much. I believe in it too much. And it's my baby. for me to shut it down. So I have been kind of walking a thin line, walking on the fence, straddling the fence, use your cliche, that over the last year now, I have basically, if you've noticed, gaps in my knowledge that were never there before, large gaps in my knowledge of what's going on. I don't know what's going on during the day in college football like I did 3 years ago. I was firmly confident every day that nobody could ask me a question or bring up a topic that I wasn't all over, ready to go, ready to respond, had an opinion on. But now, when I show up at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, most of the time, unless I've taken a second just to look at something or just know usually what the headline is, not what it means or what the explanation is. I don't know what's going on. I'm on Twitter a little bit, but I don't know what's going on because I am doing other things. For the last almost a year, I have been here just boom, I just show up and talk. No preparation. Now in the past I did that too. I don't prepare for these shows. I make a list that takes me about 49 seconds to write. I make a list just so I don't forget things, like the Amazon links in the description section of the videos. When you shop on Amazon, please use the link that we provide. And of course, the Voice of College Football is presented by FanDuel. So I put down FanDuel, Amazon link, vocfb.com. We'll get to that later. I am going to be here a long time. So my knowledge of the game, my knowledge of what's going on, I still watch college football from noon all the way to when I jump on here at 11:30, midnight. That hasn't changed. That's my Saturdays, college football, Thursday nights, Friday nights, college football. That hasn't changed. And the only times it's changed is when I've gone out, but then somebody else has been here. So when I'm here on a game day or game night, I'm fully invested and I've watched. But all those other days, I am doing other work activities, other jobs, other businesses to pay the bills. So when I show up at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, I have no idea what's going on unless I caught it on Twitter. I am not the voice of college football in the here and now, up to date. I will say this unashamedly. Hopefully this comes across the right way. I do firmly believe that when I've got my head screwed on straight, when I know the topic, when I've had just a little time to prepare, that we can deliver as good of analysis and, dare I say, better analysis across the board, not on every specific little topic in the sport, but collectively than anyone. Now, not to name any names, corporate backing, they're doing it all the time. They're entrenched in it. They can pick up the phone and talk to X, Y, and Z. They have a producer, they have a research team, whoever that is. I'm not thinking of anybody in particular, but I'm thinking of all the major players in the space. I'm one guy. They have support teams. But I still believe that when I know the topic and I have just a little bit of chance to look at it or know it, that I will not take a back seat to anyone, no one. And thank you all for being here because you inspire me. So basically, I believe that this channel, the national channel right here, has declined because number one, I was content creator and not business owner, marketing person, salesperson, sponsorship, solicitor that I needed to be. And I've tried to be all those things kind of too late. So that's number one. Number two, YouTube analytics have changed and they're not as kind to this little guy as they used to be. Number three, things as I mentioned, the set's not as pretty and nice as you will find on other channels. My thumbnails, which are huge, that is a huge factor, are ugly, outdated, and I'm not going to. And I can imagine the response from a lot of people because I've gotten all sorts of suggestions from all sorts of good intended people that don't understand my outside circumstances that always say, Mark, why don't you hire this or do this? Or they would say, why don't you take a thumbnail course for, I don't have time to do that. It's not going to pay off to the degree that I want to. If I had all the money in the world, you know what I would do? I think I would build a studio and I would give this a one go. I would say one more time, we're going to give it a full throttle go. And I am going to prove that we can be the best. That's what I'm going to do. But life isn't always the best. I wanted to say fair, but life has been more than fair to me. So I have nothing to complain about. I have the most amazing 2 children in existence and other loved ones. And I'm not starving by any stretch. I'm doing just fine. We have just had to rework some things, and that has taken my focus. Unfortunately, it has cost you all quality content, me having to focus on other things all day. So I also believe YouTube analytics have worked against us. I also have a slight conspiracy theory, but I'm not going to share it here because it would be irresponsible for me to do so. So I won't share it, but I do believe that there is a possibility of a conspiracy. I also just think that there's more competition. Think about who you watched as a YouTuber in the college football space 5 years ago versus now. There are people that pop up. There are people that I see popping up all the time. And my thought is, like, I've never heard of them. So I think they're a nobody. I think, well, they probably have like 200 people following them or something. Then I see them on Twitter or I see their YouTube channel and I'm like, whoa, they're like way bigger than our channel. I've never heard of these people. I have no idea who they are. I routinely have people bring up other content creators. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know who that is. But there are zillions of channels much larger than ours. We've installed at 47,000 subs forever. That said, Adam, thank you so much for being here. That said, the number of YouTube channels that succeed to our degree, I will take some pride in this, is minuscule. Like, we are still in the top 1%. I've seen the statistics on this. Like, if you've got 50,000 subs, you're in the top 1%, or it might be 2%. It's not more than 2% of YouTube channels. But that top 2%, the gap is, Mr. Beast and whoever else, Candace Owens and whoever else, and then a bunch of people, zillions of channels that have 100,000 subs, 500,000 subs, whatever, way above me. but that just means there's a ton of people running around with 50 subs, 500 subs, 800 subs. We appreciate Adam being here at the Voice of College Football. Adam has been a remarkable support here. Adam first watched us, I believe, on the USC channel, where he would comment and push back and offer his proposals, and then worked on over to the national channel here. Adam, Gabe, Tuesday night on the Rutgers channel. Join them. Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Adam and Gabe on the Rutgers channel. Mark, thank you for creating such a great show and being such a good person. However, I recommend that you mention Deacon Hill more. He was a star and had class. Adam, I was saving this for the end of the show, but you have brought it to the forefront. My biggest regret has been not giving Deacon Hill the recognition, the honor that he deserves. I have been sleepless at often in thinking about how I just completely missed and did not take advantage of that golden era. It's going to be a regret for the rest of my life. I'm going to have to live with that for the rest of my life. So, Adam, I was going to get to that at some point, but thank you for reminding me. I'm sure I would have thought of it because it's on my mind all the time. The regret, it is staggering. Back to the College Football Show presented by FanDuel, and this is the state of the voice of college football. This would not be a live stream here at the Voice of College Football if I did not mention Amazon. I'm going to be extremely honest here, not that I haven't been in the past, because some of you may detect just a touch of sarcasm and just a touch, or maybe a touch of irritation when I mention the Amazon link. Sometimes there was a show a month or two ago, and I was a jerk. I got on here. I was annoyed about something, and I started on my Amazon spiel, and I didn't stop for like 5 minutes, or it felt like 5 minutes. It was probably 2 minutes, but it felt like 5, which is an eternity for all of you. But you had to listen to this moron rail about the Amazon link. All I'm saying, folks, is consider that this channel could prosper simply by you using the Amazon link. And I promise you, it will be the same exact experience and will have the same exact results as you using your own Amazon link. The link that we provide instantaneously takes you to your account. It automatically recognizes you and your account. So please just consider using the Amazon link. It's in the description section of every video. Every video. If 10% of you, 100%, 10% of you use the Amazon link, that would make a complete, I probably would do this full time. Where do we go from here? I think we are ready to take some calls. Adam coming back with this one. Mark, given that this is the State of the Union address, it's the State of the Voice of College Football address. Oh boy. I give you Elvis. We're lost in a cloud with too much rain. We're trapped in a world that's troubled with pain. But as long as a man has the strength to dream, he can redeem his soul and fly. For as many times as I have heard that song and watched that performance, I have never recited those words. That song is so special. It's not one of my favorite songs by any stretch. It's not even close. It's not one of my favorite songs, but it still is so special that I can't just like listen to it in the car. No, it has to be an event. Like put it on the TV, watch it, be peace, be still, be at peace, be watching, be focused, take it in. It's special. You can't just play it in the car, background music. No. That, by the way, everyone, is If I Can Dream, Elvis Presley, 68 comeback special. Well done, Adam. I'm sure I have more to say, but I think we have come to the point in the show where we can open up the lines if you would like to jump on in. I am going to hit on our team channels. I'm going to highlight those. Oh, here we go. Blue Wolverine. Wow. Blue Wolverine, thank you so much for that. That is very kind. I say this once in a while because this does sink in from time to time. I am pretty damn hard on our Michigan fans. And I am pretty hard, not on them, but on their football team. Therefore, on them. So we have had a difficult time here at the Voice of College Football, considering the circumstances around this team, around this program, around the rivalry going back to 2021. So what have we had? Ohio State dominance in the recent years. I'm talking about circa 2020, and Michigan historical greatness, of course. I will never discount that. And then we move into this period where there's Ohio State dominance and arrogance, because that's what is going to result from dominance by most people that were humans. Hopefully not arrogance from me, but I'm sure at times. We move into 2021, Michigan, boom, boom, boom. 3 times in a row at that point. I know it got to 4. Talking 3 times in a row. Scandal. I would like to know how many hours we have devoted to the Michigan scandal. We're not going to talk about it here, of course. We have talked enough. It's settled. It's done. I did my best to take my fandom out of it and try to evaluate the situation as is, not make assumptions, and just look at evidence and logical conclusions to evidence. Meanwhile, the rivalry was raging and Michigan was winning games. They're in scandal. They're winning the games on the field against Ohio State. Ohio State's still elite. In some ways, you could consider that to be a short window, but a golden age of Ohio State and Michigan, with Michigan winning the games, but both teams being elite. That had not happened since the 70s. And so from 2020, really with Michigan being accused of backing out of the game in 2020 through their dominance in the rivalry, Ohio State still being great, but Michigan's dominance in the rivalry, on through 2024, Ohio State wins a national championship, but they lost to Michigan, and Michigan can say, we went 15-0. It's been a run of when I think about it, and this is the first time it's really hit me this way, it has been difficult for me to navigate. So I hope that even my biggest critic, detractor, hater, whether Michigan fan or not, would understand and acknowledge that that's been difficult for me to navigate fairly. And also, more than that, 100 times more than that, I credit all the Michigan fans that have been here to listen to me spout off, usually respectfully. I can't say 100% all the time. I've taken my jabs, and some of them in good faith, some of them logically, reasonably, most of the time. But if I've taken some unfair jabs, of course I have. So you Michigan fans have been amazing because in a sense, you show up to a show. It's not a Michigan show. It's a national show, but it's hosted by an Ohio State guy. But we are not an Ohio State show where Michigan fans would usually show up to troll. We're not that either. We're a national show. So I would think Michigan fans would gravitate to Michigan shows, and they do, or to Ohio State shows to troll, and they do. We're like this mix of, we may talk about the Big 12 for 20 minutes. But Michigan fans, I do thank you for being here and for showing respect almost all the time and for putting up with me. You've been great. And I have been brutal to Michigan fans in the last month on Twitter, not here, but on Twitter. And really, that's not necessarily been the best or been fair. But I have just seen the most inane Michigan posts that are so incredibly stupid, moronic, but I shouldn't react to them. I should leave them alone because you know what? Every fan base, everyone, it is my general conclusion that every fan base is the same. Classy fans, logical fans, reasonable fans, happy fans, optimistic fans, pessimistic fans, delusional fans, completely obnoxious fans, violent, kind of vile fans. Every fan base has all of them. I just see it out of Michigan because I think it just streams in my feed. So I say all that to say this, Michigan fan, thank you for all the Michigan fans who watch us at all. Thank you, because I know that it hasn't been always easy for you. Blue Wolverine, thank you so much for the contribution. That is so kind. Use this donation as you see fit. However, I would encourage another giveaway of your book to some listeners. Blue Wolverine, I did not have the book on my list. I've been very transparent. I've shown you numbers that are not kind to the network or the channel, I should say, in regards to our elevation in 2019, 2021, 22, and then. So I'm going to share this as well. But I thank you so much, Blue Wolverine, for pointing out, as another viewer, a Buckeye fan, actually, Peter, called up the other night and highlighted the book and said that he was about halfway through the book and he loved it. That, folks, don't take my word for it. Take the word of Blue Wolverine and others that this is a $9.99 book. And it's a quick read. My goal was to make it quick, but also exhaustive, not to leave things out that were pertinent. But we are analyzing the decade of the 90s, and Disputed National Champions deals with every decade of the 1990s and takes you through the season, the key games, the key plays, the best players, the coaches, everybody that made that particular year what it was. It also goes through the postseason in regards to why the postseason matchups were made the way they were, how they played out, what the vote was at the end of the season, and who got screwed, who got elevated that may not have deserved it, and what was the conclusion of that season, and what were the ramifications going forward of that particular season. Talking about ramifications, the aftermath. I just picked out 1992. The aftermath. Miami failed to win the championship, but continued a dominant run that would end 2 years later at the hands of another program known for physical football. Alabama won its only national championship between the reigns of probably the two greatest coaches in history. And I did not want this just to be a history book, so I took all of the results of all of these seasons and I put them into the current format. I put them into, okay, this would have been a Big 12 championship game, for example, in 1991. If there was a Big 12 championship game, this is who would have played. But also, if you took this season and moved it into the current Big 12, who would be in the championship game? And then also, for each one of these seasons, so this is 1993 in the BCS era, which started in 1998. That would be your outcome for the BCS era. Your playoff era, your 4-team playoff era, that would be the outcome. That would be the set of matchups. And then our projection for a 12-team playoff, which we understand is going to be the same for 2026, and a 14-team playoff. It was fun to write and put together. It was supposed to be out in the spring or summer of 2022. Then we had some family situations that we had to deal with, and we finally got it launched and released in 2024. I will say this. I won't give specifics, but believe me, this cost a lot of money. It may not look like it, a lot of money to produce. And we have received about 1/30th of the revenue back. So this has burned a hole in my pocket to produce this, a huge hole. You have no idea. I did not believe that I was going to sell enough copies to compensate this, but I thought it would benefit and legitimize the channel and the network. And I also believed that because of the self-publishing group that I partnered with, that future books would cost me a tiny fraction of what this one costs. So I put all the money into this one, and that any future editions that I would produce would then cost a fraction. So I made an investment in myself to be a writer to a certain extent. Now we are not close to me producing another book. Maybe someday. I would love to do it. I loved writing this one. And everything outside of the writing was the real labor in this. You wouldn't think so. It's a pretty simple book, but actually the cover, and it's so strange because this does not seem to, you would think you just write this book and there's no pictures really in it and that's it. So that's got to be pretty easy, but it was everything else that took all the time, the formatting and all this stuff, hiring an editor. But it was a labor of love. Truly, I loved writing this book. I had so much fun writing this book. Hopefully the next one, I'll put a better picture on the back. So Blue Wolverine, we can do that. I will offer those up. Yeah, we can do that. I will need to remind myself. I make all sorts of statements, and if I don't put it somewhere on my to-do list with the other 43 things, then it's not going to get done. But that's what I would like to do it, since that is what you are encouraging me to do. That's the least I can do. Thank you, Blue Wolverine. Disputed National Champions, folks. Just go to Amazon and put that in the search, or go down below in the description section. It's right there. Please give it a shot. Again, don't take it from me. Take it from everyone who has commented. All the feedback has been positive. So I appreciate everyone who has purchased one. $9.99. That's nothing these days. Let me correct that. $9.99 may be a lot to you. So I shouldn't make that statement. But thank you. $9.99. They actually told me I should charge more than that, but I wanted to keep it at $9.99. Thank you, Blue Wolverine. I don't feel like I can talk tonight half the time. Adam coming back with this one. Mark, it is fitting that you include one of the following in this important show. Quote, read my lips, no new taxes, end quote. Quote, I'm not a crook, end quote. Or, quote, ask not what the voice of college football can do for you, ask what you can do for the voice of college football. I believe our years, I will not cite the presidents, but I believe our years for those particular elections would be like 1992, 72, and 1960. But that, well done, Adam. Apropos and well done. Thank you for that. Got our buddy Jim stopping by. Jim does not have much to say, but he is a voice of college football fan. Jim, thank you so much for the contribution. It is much, 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 much appreciated. If you notice on the ticker down below, it says Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, Mark Rogers TV. That is actually, if all you are wanting to do is donate to the channel, donate to the network, that is the more effective way to do that. And then if you want to leave something in regards to a comment, like there is a comment section on Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. I don't believe I've got Cash App still on there. I do have a Cash App and it's still active. But anyway, all three of those, you can leave a comment. And if you tell me that you want the comment on the show, I'll type up a banner and give you a comment. But those donations are very much appreciated. Just again, believe me, the more effective way is to do it like that. But in this forum, I appreciate that, especially because we, of course, want to have the comments available immediately. So thank you so much for that. I am going to post the link. I don't know that I have anything else to say. If any of our hosts from any of the channels are watching and would like to jump on, please do. And you, the community at the Voice of College Football, would love to hear from you. I would have put the call in line in the chat originally, but I didn't want people sitting here forever. So we do have the call-in line available. It's in the chat. And again, everyone, thank you so much for your comments. I know that I've missed all of them. Michael made a comment here, Michael Hogue, our buddy Michael Hogue, about helmets. So these helmets, there we got Michael. Maybe he can say this directly to me. Michael, how you doing tonight?
Mark, congratulations, sir.
My apologies, Michael. I did not have your audio turned up. There you are. Michael,
Congratulations, sir,
thank you. I appreciate that. What are you congratulating me for?
on your success for being the last 16, well, soon to be 17 seasons.
Thank you. That's very nice of
But
you, Michael. You have been a great part of it.
like I said, back in 2020, was it 2020 or 2021 when ESPN did that to you? They was wrong then, and they're still wrong. But like some of us been saying, maybe Big Ten Network for you.
I would consider working for the Big Ten Network, but believe me, Michael, I would rather not. I would rather just work for myself.
Fair point.
I'm not looking for some broadcasting job, not at my age. I really am not. I would consider it, and it'd be, I'm sure they pay considerable money, but no, I'd rather work for myself. I would hope that I've gotten the last job of my life, but maybe not. Whatever God has for me is what I want to do.
That is true. And they said, if you really like it, it's really truly a job.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, couple things. One, yeah, I guess they got Josh Hoover stuff coming in and stuff like that. But how surprised was you about Fernando Mendoza's brother going to Georgia Tech, and what will he be able to do next year? From the limited times you might be able to, if might have seen him play in mop-up duty this year.
Well, I was not surprised because that was the word on the street, is that he was looking for another school to play for, and they just picked up Josh Hoover, who threw for 4,000 yards, if not this season. He did in 2024, and so he is the starting quarterback. So Alberto Mendoza wants to play, and so he went to Georgia Tech. I don't know anything about his ability. I don't know if it's supposed to be comparable to his brother or not. I don't know.
Sure, stuff like that. Now, the other pressing news, it stayed at 12. What was was you surprised that they didn't vote on that today? The big about the expansion for the CFP.
No, I thought that they were going to stay at 12 one more year. We'll see what they do. There just didn't seem to be the biggest indicator to me was Sankey's saying this, Petitti's saying that, and they are the two that control most of it, if not all of it. And they seem to be miles apart on it. So until they are able to compromise, they're not going to come to an agreement in regards to wanting the same thing, because they want two very different formats. But until they can compromise, they're going to stay at 12. So based on recent rhetoric, I didn't expect there to be a change right away.
Yeah, I guess he's going to be the first one who caves in. Now, I'm just kind of confused because I haven't heard much about it, but is the Pac-10 going to be back next year, or is it going to be back in 2027?
2026.
Now, is it going to be back to the Power 5, or is it still going to be Power 4?
Oh, it better not be a Power 5. No, it's not going to be a power conference. Because even though, in essence, it is still the same conference. So legally and in regards to a business structure, it's the same conference. I know it doesn't seem like it because they didn't really play football the last 2 years. There were only two schools. They didn't have a championship. The Pac-12 conference has never gone away. It's still there. They did not blow up the offices, or a lot of those people still work for the Pac-12. Now, many of them scattered, obviously, or were not needed, but the people running the Pac-12, the commissioner, is still intact. But there is some type of I don't know what the formal technical stipulation is about them remaining a power conference, but there is no way that they're going to be given power conference status because of the level of play.
So basically, Washington State and Oregon State's going to be kind of semi relevant.
Well, That's all they've been the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. No, I'm just gonna say, yeah, but maybe I was thinking about it earlier when you talk about how you like to create in the studio would be nice and stuff, but personally, the way you got it now is pretty decent with, and I don't think most of us would complain about it either.
Well, the people here, definitely, all of you are loyal and have obviously shown that you don't care, but it would draw more attention and make us look more legit. There's a reason for that. I heard it said in terms of YouTube content recently that you had to go in one of two directions. Either you're the guy that just throws a phone in your face and looks like you just got up and basically you just give those raw videos, or you take it to the highest degree and you look like uh, an ESPN or Fox Sports type setup. That nothing in between really works.
Yeah, and speaking of Fox Sports, I don't know if you ever listened to Fox Sports Radio, but did you get a chance to listen to Rob Parker earlier this week?
No.
What the comments he said
No.
about Indiana football?
What did he say?
Saying, oh, they mastered the system, a few other things and stuff like that. I guess someone comparing it to like a minor league football team, like you would do for minor league baseball and MLB.
I'm not really understanding the criticism of Indiana football. Somebody asked me this. It was somebody who called me today. They brought up Indiana and they brought up Mark Cuban, and they weren't being critical themselves, but brought up all this criticism of Indiana buying this championship. And I just, first of all, once all of this became legal, then I don't understand certain schools. Well, I do understand their jealousy, but it reminds me of what Lane Kiffin was complaining about a couple seasons ago in the midst of NIL when it really got cranking, and he's looking at Texas A&M in particular, but some other schools, and complaining that they're buying a football team and they spend so much more money than we do. Well, Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss at the time, they were buying a football team too. And 90% of the schools in the country could look at Lane Kiffin and point at them, Ole Miss, and say, you've got more money than we do. So what are you complaining about? You're complaining just because you're not number one on the revenue scale, but you're in the top 20. So who can complain about this? Like all those people, it's like people who consider themselves to not have enough money, or they complain that, they don't consider themselves to be wealthy or prosperous because really, and then you ask them who's wealthy or who's rich, and they basically give you a salary that's above theirs. That means anybody who's above me, they have too much.
Mm-hmm. But another thing I'm going to take, like for Purdue and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, they don't have. I mean, like, if you look, I did this the other day, and like 7 of the 10 largest living alumni donors, and all out of the Big Ten. But why is it there's some schools who's going to have trouble with this compared to other schools? And is there a solution to the problem?
What's the problem?
There's going to be some schools that can't say, hey, we want to be successful. We used to be good, but now with NIL, take like for Purdue, for example. Look how hard it is right now for them.
Okay, so in many respects, the argument and the complaint is no different than it was 30 years ago, 10 years ago, that the same schools, and it changes a little bit because some of these schools have been able to lift themselves up by the bootstraps and go out there and gain some backing, and others have not. But what's the difference between, in a sense, what we've got now and what we had 10 years ago when there were fill in the blank, such and such schools that said so and so, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, etc., they have all the money and they have all the backing and the revenue to pour into these facilities and do all this other stuff, but we don't.
Mm-hmm. I guess what I'm saying is mostly for like of course the Power Four schools and stuff like that, they're gonna be okay. It's just maybe some of the smaller schools and stuff like that say, hey, we would like to have a fighting. No, it's never gonna happen.
Well, when have they ever had a fighting chance? When
what?
have the Group of Five schools ever had a fighting chance?
Well, I mean, be honest, Mark. Do they realistically have a chance to win the national championship every year? No.
When did they ever have a chance before?
They never really have, in my opinion.
Why do they need a chance? Why are we going to artificially give them a chance?
Well, maybe it'd be good just to see someone from a Group of Five sometime be on top of the pinnacle.
I would make the point, Michael. I'll make the opposite point. I hate to start with my school, my team, but they're kind of the poster child of it. Okay, I can go in another direction. Texas, Oklahoma, Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, Notre Dame. Why should they share money with Northwestern and Minnesota and Rutgers? Why should Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Penn State share equally with Northwestern, Rutgers, etc.? If anything, college football is college athletics, but college football makes the most money, so it's the best example. Why should those schools, if anything, if I'm Michigan, why would they not go to the Big Ten and do what Florida State did in the ACC and say, Northwestern and Rutgers don't draw the numbers that we do against Northwestern and Rutgers? It's obvious that there is a Big Ten. The Big Ten is thriving because of about 4 schools for sure. And then Iowa and a few others hold up their end of the bargain and pull their weight. And then after that, nobody watches Northwestern play. Nobody watches Rutgers play. That's why Rutgers can't get off the Big Ten network unless they're playing Ohio State or Michigan. Nobody watches those teams play. So why should Ohio State and Michigan share the wealth with them? But they do, and they don't. I've never heard any squawking out of them to say, you know what? Think of this, Michael, the revenue share in the Big Ten with this new media rights deal that was cut about 2 years ago is like 90, 95 million per school. If you look at the TV ratings, if you distributed it based on television ratings, Northwestern would make like 3 million, not 90 million. And Ohio State and Michigan would make like 250 million.
Exactly.
Well, they are sharing. They are sharing. They're already sharing. They've been sharing forever.
No, I mean, that's not my point I'm trying to make, Mark. My point I'm trying to make is why is it that like the donors say, hey, I mean, look at this kid. I mean, was it this year or was it a couple of years? Kent State was kind of decent in football, or have they not been good in football? Who was it? That was
Sean Lewis was there, and they were decent.
I mean, look what happened. I mean, like that. If they would have had it and stuff like that, if they could have had donors and stuff like that, didn't they win a couple of MAC championships?
How can you artificially just create donors out of nowhere? If nobody wants to donate to Kent State football, then nobody wants to donate to Kent State football. Nobody shows up at the games. Nobody cares. Why do we need to create? Maybe they should shut down their maybe the answer is not let's artificially boost these programs up. The answer might be, you know what? You're wasting taxpayer dollars. Shut down your freaking football program. Nobody cares about Kent State football.
Sure. But then wouldn't that also...
Why are they playing?
Sure. But wouldn't that also shut down the rest of the athletic department too?
No, it would not, because it's not Purdue. It's not Minnesota. It's not a viable football program that makes money. The football program loses money at places like that. Okay. Look it up.
I was asking because I didn't know.
No, that's a drain on the athletic program. They do it because of prestige.
Okay. And I'm not trying to get you mad about with your alma mater and stuff. I'm just asking as a random.
Sure. That's not getting me mad. I have no allegiance to Kent State football. Believe me, I've not watched a Kent State football game since I left school.
Oh.
And I only went to one game in my life at Kent State, and that was because Ohio State and the rest of college football hadn't started playing yet.
Ah, okay.
I,
So
I
nothing
don't
against
care
the
about
alma
Kent State
mater.
football. I could care less.
Nothing against the alma mater personally.
No, I don't have anything against Kent State either. I'm not pro Kent State. I'm not against Kent State. It was a place to go to school and get a degree and leave.
Yeah, not bad. No, I was just wondering stuff like that. Okay, well, I'm sure there's other callers on. Well, again, congrats on the 16 and here's to the next 16 years, Mark.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you being here.
So, I forgot. So, what's the schedule now going to be since we're all pretty much done with college football?
That is a great question, Michael. We are going to answer that, but I do appreciate you reminding me because I do need to make sure that I hit on that as well. The new schedule during the off season. Yes, I will.
Right.
I will get to that.
All right, sir. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Michael.
You too.
We are still here at the Voice of College Football taking calls. We got Erica showing up. Erica, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I am doing great. It is great to have you here. So thank you for your contribution and for being here.
Of course, of course. So I wanted to pick your brain about something. Pitt, I want to give Pitt Snipe Husker some credit first of all, because they came up with this. I was asked who I want to replace Kirk Ferentz when he retires, and we were talking about it. And my answer is Bob Stoops, but that ship has definitely sailed, which is sad because I really wanted him to come home to Iowa, even though he's from Ohio. But you get my point. He played there. He loves Iowa still. He talks about it from time to time, et cetera, et cetera. But that ship has sailed. And Pitt Sniper suggested Dan Campbell. And I think that is a fantastic pick. And I wanted to get your opinion on it. I don't want to say why I think that until I hear what you think.
So Dan Campbell to me would be, at least on the surface, he would be a somewhat of a departure from Kirk, which is a good thing. Not that Kirk's not done a great job and he's not a legend, but I do think that when you replace somebody, you shouldn't try to find the carbon copy of him. So Dan Campbell's a little bit more out there, a little bit more aggressive.
Which I love.
Yes. So he is certainly, yes, he's certainly a risk taker on the field. He wants aggressive play. He wants to attack the opponent more than play. Not that Iowa physically is not passive. They're a physical team, but in regards to the strategy tends to be passive and conservative.
Right. But I think that Dan Campbell is, so it's interesting. That was the first thing that came to your mind, because the first thing that came to my mind when Pitt Sniper suggested it was that's a great pick because he is a team guy, just like Kirk. He's a culture guy, a locker room guy, just like Kirk. So in that regard, it's not a departure. But in what you just said, it is a departure because he's, like I said, like you said, a lot more aggressive. And I think that's exactly the type of thing that we need. We need someone who has those core values like Kirk does that are very, very important to Iowa fans, but yet he's different. And he's not going to completely, go away from running the ball like Fickle did at Wisconsin either. He does run the ball, but he's more of an even attack, I think. I don't know the statistics. I don't watch enough Lions football to know, but it appears to me that he's willing to throw the ball and run it, which is what Iowa should be doing.
I have not been watching the NFL since Dan Campbell has been a head coach, so I can't really speak to anything outside of, like I say, I've known enough and been close enough to know that he have a reputation as an aggressive coach and as a risk taker and a guy that obviously turned them around immediately. I would not have thought of him because I would have gone to the collegiate ranks, because if there's a school that I think of collegiately, it's Iowa.
That's an interesting take. What do you mean exactly by that?
Just in the manner in which Iowa plays, it has a very college feel to it. and college look to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess because
And
we still play rather, I don't know if this is where you're going with it, but since we play rather old school, like lines of scrimmage and all
sure,
this,
yeah.
that's, I guess, old school. It's not, quote unquote sexy on the field. That's why a lot of people make fun of Iowa, even though we win consistently.
And what's ironic about that is that Kirk has become very much of a college guy. Of course, he's the by far the longest tenured coach in college football. I can't even think of who's second right now. Maybe Kirby Smart and Dabo Sweeney probably. But anyway, but he was an NFL guy before that.
Yeah. And we have someone in the chat. I can't see from I'm using my tablet to talk to you and I'm looking at my phone at the same time. This isn't working out that well as far as trying
Okay.
to read these comments. But somebody said he's not leaving Detroit. I'm not talking about necessarily that it will definitely happen. I'm not saying Dan Campbell is going to Iowa. I'm not breaking any news or saying anything like that. I'm just trying to think of possible head coaches because the person I wanted definitely isn't coming. Like that is not happening that Bob Stoops goes to Iowa or anywhere else.
Yeah, I was a bit curious if there was something out there about Dan Campbell leaving Detroit.
No. That's not. We were just Pit Sniper asked me my opinion. That's where this originated from. That's all. But I think Dan Campbell is a great option because he's enough of a departure where I think it will boost Iowa to the next level. Because right now, we're we're like the poster child for the 8, 9, 10 win team every season. And that's great. I love our consistency. I love that we're usually on the winning side, but I want more. And I know you've heard me go on and on about this. I won't rant about it again, but I'm one of those Iowa fans who, despite loving the consistency and I appreciate what Kirk is doing, I feel like we're capable of even more. And we're proving it right now as we speak. Look what has happened since Lester came in as OC. We finally have the right person and things are starting to change.
Yeah, I was going to mention that even though at the core, Iowa's still the same program and has the same approach, they have now a functional offense and they weren't just brutally inept trying to move the football this past year. And even if we go back prior to, I was going to say prior to Brian Ferentz running the offense, even his first couple of years running the offense, I flipped on just yesterday. I had work to do. I'm sitting on the couch. There was nothing I wanted to see. And I thought, I'm just going to like randomly find an old college football game. And I plugged in your favorite team. I put, I'm going to find an old Iowa game. Iowa, put that in the search. And then immediately the Ohio State game from 2017 popped up.
Oh,
I,
classic.
I just started watching it. And a lot of plays came to memory. And then there he is, Brian Ferentz up in the booth, and they're just lauding Brian Ferentz and his play calling. And then thinking, what happened to that guy?
Yeah, well, what's changed too, like the quarterback recruitment took a dip after Nate
Yeah,
Stanley, which we don't need to rehash all
yeah,
this. We already
yeah.
know this.
They
But
could
that
not
was part of what
find one.
happened. He
Yeah,
inherited Nate Stanley. That was part of it. And he had better wide receivers back then too, like Amir Smith Marset and all that. So that's part of what happened. It also is that he had no business being quarterback coach or OC, but everyone knows that. I'm not breaking news on that. But another reason why Dan Campbell, I think, is the quintessential fit, and it's irrelevant, but it's not. He's a former tight end. What is more Iowa than having a tight end as a head coach? It doesn't get much more Iowa than that, right?
that's
And then
Iowa.
we could have Dallas Clark, or if George Kittle leaves the NFL at some point, we could have one of them come coach tight ends. I would even say we could have them both. Dallas Clark could do the tight ends, and then George Kittle, he was a receiver in high school, and he kind of is, a lot like a receiver now. He could go ahead and coach up the receivers.
Okay, it sounds like you've got it all worked out.
Yeah,
But
me and Pit Sniper got pretty far. We didn't
why
talk
would
about.
the,
Go
the the
ahead.
one question obviously is that Dan Campbell's currently at Detroit, and even if he would get fired, he's done such a good job there. He's going to be uh, desired at other locations in the NFL. Why would he go to college football, especially in this day and age? I would want no part of college football. I would much rather be an NFL head coach.
Yeah, no, I understand because the recruiting, the NIL, it's also cutthroat and about money. It's not at its core, it's not what it should be. I agree with that. And I'm not saying people in the chat keep saying it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're not saying it's going to happen. I'm talking about who I think is a good choice. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I do want to know though, like who it's going to be. I mean, I'm kind of starting to get like anxious to know because it's going to be sooner rather than later that Kirk retires. I mean, Kirk already said during one of his press conferences this past season that his little secret is he wants to retire as an O-line coach. So I envision him maybe stepping down from head coach at some point and going somewhere to do O-line again for a few years. That's what he said he wants to do. So it'll be interesting to see who Beth picks when the time comes. And I don't know as far as a realistic name who it might be. You know, some Iowa fans just want to keep the same names on staff, and they're saying that maybe LeVar Woods could come back and be a head coach because he's going to be assistant coach or associate coach at Michigan State, so he'll have that experience under his belt. Some people are saying they should make Tim Lester the head coach. I don't know if I agree with that because he was head coach at Western Michigan, and his record wasn't great. So I don't know how I'd feel about that. I think he should stay as OC. He's fantastic as OC.
If we were going to hold a raffle, what would be your best guess on how long Kirk's going to coach?
I think it's going to be another 2 to 3 years. I don't see it going much further than that. He'll probably retire once his contract is over, and it's either 29 or 30.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I don't know. I haven't heard any rumblings of anything, but that's my thought.
Yeah.
So
I certainly don't know. I don't really have much of a guess, but that seems pretty reasonable.
I think, I want him to go out before he sinks. I don't want him to have a last season like Hayden Fry did, where it just really did not go well. And,
Yeah.
Hayden did so much for the program and Kirk did so much for the program, and it would stink for it to end that way for Kirk too.
Yeah.
Who do you think about for head coach that's realistic? Since I've been told by, I don't know how many people in the chat now that it's never going to happen. And I guess I'm not allowed to dream about it.
So the names that come to mind are typically have to be, genius offensive defensive coordinators or guys that are the up and coming high risers at the group of 5 level. Those are the first guys that come to mind. I don't know who the hot shots are in the NFL in terms of offensive and defensive coordinators. But at the group of 5 level, we're coming off an off season in which we had more coaching vacancies than we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
And a lot of those best group of 5 coaches elevated to places like Florida and Auburn.
See, it's hard because Iowa, and I'm not saying this to sound like snotty or anything, but Iowa's kind of a different job than most others because it's still, I think most Iowa fans would want certain old school elements to stay. Like, we don't want it to become all about the money as much as it is at other schools. We're not a flashy type of program, even though it'd be fun to do that maybe. I kind of like how we're down to earth. So I guess I'd like to stay down to earth, but at the same time win more and maybe get some more higher rated recruits.
I understand what you're saying from a perception standpoint, but in looking at the reality and the nuts and bolts of the situation, isn't Iowa trying to raise just as much money as everybody else is?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say we're rich like some of the, traditional blue bloods or anything like that. But there was a list that came out on one of the Iowa boards that I frequent. They posted this list. I don't remember what the source was, and I don't know how much truth there is to it, but we were like top, I think, 20 or 25 in money, which, for if it were a women's basketball list, we'd be high up there, top 5, but this is football, so it's a different situation.
So while I understand from a perception standpoint that, yeah, it's Iowa and they roll up their sleeves and they
get to work and
offensive line, defensive line, and they don't throw it too well and they're not flashy and all this, they're playing in the same sandbox with everyone else and trying to raise as much money as everyone else. So when you say that they're not in it for the money,
I don't mean they're not in it for the money. What I mean is I don't want to become overly flashy and money obsessive like a Miami or something like that. I don't want to get a reputation of buying all of our players.
yeah, see, I
Do
have
you get what
trouble
I
with
mean by
that
that?
fuzzy line. I have trouble with that fuzzy line. As I mentioned to a caller or whatever was mentioned to me in maybe in the chat a few minutes ago, like Lane Kiffin, this is circa a couple years ago at Ole Miss, pointing out other schools, Texas A&M in particular, saying they're buying players and they're doing this and they're winning because they've got money and well, there could be 20 other fingers pointing at you saying you're just pointing at them because they're able to make more money, receive more money, and then therefore pay more money, while most of the schools in the country can't pay as much as you. So it's this, I'm only going to criticize and point fingers at the schools that are able to raise more money than me, while most of college football can't raise as much money as me, but that's okay. Like I don't buy the whole they're the teams that pay for players and they're all paying for players.
Yeah, I mean, now everyone's doing it. It's not under the rug anymore. It's not behind closed doors. None of that. None of that. What I want is a head coach who I want to keep the team environment. I want to keep the locker room. You know what I mean? I don't want to become a program because there are programs out there where, at least in my opinion, this is again a perception thing. So maybe your perception is different. But I feel like Iowa is very much like, team win. Like that's something that Kirk says all the time when we have a good game. Is it was a true team win, team effort, all that type of stuff. Whereas with some schools, I don't know if it's, the players are talking about money constantly, like who gets more than who. I've heard rumors about that with some schools. I don't want to become that. So I guess I want to keep some aspects of the culture, but I want to get more wins. And that's why I really like the idea of Dan Campbell, because like you said yourself, he's an aggressive play caller, and Iowa does not have that right now. Like I think, like I said, Tim Lester is fantastic. But at the end of the day, when it's those 4th and 1, 4th and 2, et cetera, like we know Kirk has his hands all over that. Can we just be honest? We know that. And I want a coach who's willing to go for it when it makes sense.
So back to your previous point, I just want to make it clear that while I'm pushing back on the whole notion that Iowa's not is in some kind of different, you do make a valid point in regards to the consistency of the program and the consistency of the roster, and that they're in the transfer portal with everyone else, but it's more calculated, it's more limited. They have very few players of any significance ever leave. Cohen Intringer was a bit of a surprise that he took off this offseason, but it's not like there's 8 of them or 10 of them. They had 8 total players leave through the portal, which is a minuscule number compared to just about everybody else in the country.
It's lowest in the conference, that much I know. I don't know where it stacks up against the rest of the country, but lowest in the conference.
Yes, it's down near the bottom total.
And to address what Pitt Snipe says, Iowa spent half of what Indiana did, a third of what OSU spent. This goes back to the culture point that I'm trying to make. So Iowa, we don't have Mark Cuban. We don't have those types of big spenders for our money. We just don't. That's just reality. Everybody knows this. We have a really good collective that does get a lot, fans donate, et cetera, but we don't have a Mark Cuban. And since we don't have a Mark Cuban, we have to rely on recruiting what is really the classic Iowa player, which is 2 3-star players who end up getting developed and end up like George Kittle or, high-level NFL player. Sam Laporta, same deal.
Michigander comes up with a good name right here. Are you familiar with Spencer Danielson?
I'm not.
Boise State.
Oh, Boise. He's Boise State. Okay, I know. Of course, I know Boise State. Yes.
So he took over for the previous coach who got fired with about 5 games left in the season 2 years ago, and he led the team to a conference championship, even though the other coach got fired and left him with the
Dang.
team with like 5 games left. He still won the conference championship. This would have been 2023, and then he comes back in 2024, leads them to the playoffs. And they had a bit of a down year here in 2025, but they still got to their conference championship game
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
and won.
I don't know what
Yeah.
his other, his other stats or his other personality traits might be. Like, how does
Well,
he
he's very
develop? Does
upfront about
he?
his faith. That he's very upfront about his faith. He's a very young guy. I don't know what his age is, but he's got to be one of the youngest coaches in the nation. He's a very. I think he would fit in from the standpoint of the players just gush about the guy, and he's not ashamed to show. He's not an overly emotional guy, but to show that he cares about the players, he's very player oriented, gives them credit all the time, hugs his players. He's very demonstrative in that way toward his players. So I think he would generally talk the same game that I was used to from that standpoint.
Do you think that he's more aggressive than Kirk in how he makes his calls or his plays?
Well, I haven't watched that much Boise State football outside of their championship games and their playoff games. But in looking at the stats, this might be because they've had limited talented quarterback. No, they have been very conservative. But considering their big season and going to the playoff, they did have arguably the best running back in college football, Ashton Genty. So
Right.
some coaches are very pass oriented, Lincoln Riley, some very run oriented, but others, it depends. They try to adapt to the personnel and the strengths and weaknesses, not
See, and
I'm
that's
I'm a run guy or I'm a pass guy.
yeah, that's what it should be. That's what Tim Lester is doing. Like
Yeah.
he said in his first presser when he was first hired on at Iowa that he wants to aim 50-50, 50% pass, 50% run, but ultimately he was going to decide based on personnel. And that's how I think it should be. I don't think I don't want someone to come like Luke Fickell and just take what Iowa does and turn it into like, Mike Leach's type of game, passing all the time. That's not going to happen at Iowa.
Luke Fickell, by the way, is not quite dead yet. Let's not put
No,
the
no,
last
no. I
nail
know
in the
he
coffin.
got some good names in the portal and recruiting. I understand, but what from what he's shown so far, I don't like how he handled it.
They
That's
beat
my point.
Washington and Illinois down the stretch. They're showing some life.
Okay, but I still don't like what he did, what he tried to do, and I don't think it would work in Iowa. Like just taking a run
Sure.
first team and making it Mike Leach offense. No,
Sure.
that's not. Now I'm sounding conservative, but you also have to be realistic with your personnel.
Yes.
And unless you recruit personnel who is capable of running or executing that type of offense, you shouldn't be running it.
So it's a bit of a misnomer by some people that he carried that through. I think his big mistake was that was his plan, that was his intent, and then he got into spring camp that year of his first year and realized that so he was kind of caught in the middle, and then he started to backpedal on some of his earlier comments and said, well, we're going to stay with traditional Wisconsin football, but he did try to put in motion a project to change them over time. And it obviously hasn't worked. Now, to his defense, they have played the toughest schedule in the Big Ten the last 2 years collectively. And number two, he hasn't had a quarterback finish the season.
That's true. But the quarterback thing, I mean, look who you're talking to. We don't have, this is the first year that we have, well, we didn't even have Mark Gronowski for spring. So, I mean, I know all about injured quarterbacks, I guess is my point, and injured personnel. Because we've had a lot of the problems we had besides Brian Ferentz running the offense for too many years is that he also had injured players all the time, especially quarterbacks. That's why we ended up with our 5th string quarterback the one year.
Iowa can relate to a crazy stat like this, but when Wisconsin upset Washington, which they were like close to a 3 touchdown underdog, their punter passed for more yards than their quarterback. On one pass,
Yep.
he completed a
Heard about it.
fake punt, and their starting quarterback threw for like 17 yards, and he threw for like 20.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I heard about that, and I can
Yeah.
definitely relate. So, yeah. No, I just, I want someone, like I said, ultimately, who's going to keep that team spirit and, intact, yet find a way to get us to playoffs consistently and get a natty. Because I think we could be capable of that with the right coach and the right personnel, and we can get the right personnel by getting the right coach. It goes hand in hand, in my opinion.
I would think that a lot of Iowa fans would be pointing toward Indiana and saying, "Why not us? Why can't we do that?"
That thought came across my mind, definitely. Part of the reason we can't is because, again, and this is not the full story, but we can't deny, if you don't have a Mark Cuban, that makes it that much more difficult. And I'm not saying, that's the whole story. That's not the whole story, but it helps the story.
Okay, so none of us know how much Mark Cuban donated. None of us know how that money was used. But if you look at the personnel additions at Indiana, it's impressive today after what they accomplished. But if you looked in the
They were
offseason
2
and
and 3
said, "This is
stars,
who
yeah.
Indiana brought in," it's not impressive.
No, it's not.
I compare it to the year before. Ohio State won a national championship basically because they already had a team that was going to compete for the national championship, but
Mhm.
they wanted to top it off. So they
Right.
took a very NFL type approach and basically said, they didn't need to overhaul and go crazy like a ton of these teams now where they're bringing in 40 players. No,
Oh, it's crazy.
they
It's
just
crazy,
picked
these
them. They
teams.
just picked them out like we want the best safety in the country from Alabama. Boom. We want one of the best running backs in the country from Ole Miss. Boom. They just need like 4 guys, and they
Mhm.
got them. That's more like
Mhm.
NFL type free agency style.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Indiana had to overhaul a bad roster. But
Right.
they didn't bring in guys that were considered anything close to superstars.
So what did they spend all the money on? I mean, I
Well, they
understand
spent
what
it
you're
on
saying,
the
and I
amount
was
of players that they had to bring in. Uh, and I don't know what lists of money spent we can rely on.
that's true. That's definitely
I,
true. I mean,
I would love for that all to be public knowledge and for us to know
it
that
should be. It
Georgia
should
had
be
the
public
highest
knowledge.
payroll
So
in
listen,
America, and
this
they
is
were
my stance on that. I agree
yeah.
with you 100%. We should know, and here's why. Like, we can find out what the coaches are paid if they're at a public institution. What
Mhm.
about the players? We know what NFL players are making, right? So, like, if this is mini NFL, which, let's be honest, it is, right? It kind of is
Yes.
in college football now.
Yes.
Why isn't this all revealed in public knowledge if it's
Because
a
they're
public school?
now the point I'm going to make may be different now, just suddenly this season, because I'll explain. But prior to this summer, this money is coming from NIL collectives. They're donations.
Right,
They are,
right,
well, they're supposed to be reciprocated by name, image, and likeness. So they are not paid players in that sense. However, starting this past July, just prior to the 2025 season, we now have this revenue share that is passed down from the media
right,
rights and all of
right,
that down
right.
to each individual school, $20.5 million. We know exactly what the figure is. Now, we don't know what each school divides. And I would think Iowa's women's basketball team would be high on the scale of basketball teams, obviously on the
Yeah,
women's side,
yeah, we're
but
top
they're all
3.
divided differently based on the determination of the school. But we know that football gets 80, 85%, something like that.
Yep.
So we know that the Iowa football team or whatever football team is getting 16 or 17 million dollars through a revenue share and being paid. So I would think that what you're challenging and what I'm challenging could finally legitimately be challenged to say we should know, and it should be public knowledge, how that revenue distribution is being dispersed.
Yeah. And I do donate to Iowa's collective. So I wouldn't mind knowing how my money is being spent. I don't think that's asking too much. So I don't know. I feel like, it's gotten too NFL-esque. Yeah, I'm
It's
not
not
thrilled about it.
it's not going to go back. We're not going in reverse.
No, I
So we're not
understand
going to go
that,
back
but
in
that doesn't
time.
mean I have to like it. I'm still gonna
No,
watch
it
the
doesn't mean you
game.
have to like it, and it doesn't mean that we can't have regulations. So I'll propose, Erica, the thing that came to mind for me that I think needs to be pursued, and that's contracts for these players. Now, a couple of years ago, I would have thrown a fit, just like a lot of people, to say, we don't want this going the way of the NFL. And as soon as you bring up contracts, well, that's a horrible thing because that speaks to this being a business. However, they already have scholarships, and that's a form of
Yeah.
a contract. Number one. Number
Mhm.
two, we've passed that threshold to where at least we could gain uh, a grasp on this, a handle on this transfer portal, where we would
Right.
at least have them sign contracts so they couldn't just jump around wherever they want, whenever they want. They would be signed to a contract coming out of high school. And if they wanted more security, if the player wanted more security, then they would sign for 3 years, 4 years. But if they wanted less, they'd at least have to commit to a year,
I think
let's
we
say.
should limit. I really liked the rule about how you had one free transfer.
Yes.
I think we should go back to that. It's so ridiculous. Like when you watch the draft, it's like, oh, here's XYZ player, and they played at Alabama, Ole Miss, Iowa, and Florida, and they were in school for 8 years. Like, and I know that has to do with the COVID year. I understand that. Like, you're not going to see 8 years or 7 years anymore, hopefully, because
I
the
was
COVID stuff
watching
is
the
over.
Wake Forest. Is what I was watching the Wake Forest bowl game, and Robbie Ashford was on the field, and I thought, okay, this guy, he started. Let me get it in order. He started at Ole Miss, then he went to Oregon, then he went to Auburn, then he went to South Carolina, and now he's at Wake Forest. He's with his fifth school.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's
it
just
is.
like,
It is. But they would have more rights and ability to do that if it was governed. Like the NFL can do that because they can say, we're an organization and everyone is working for us and they're employees. Therefore, we can put limitations on freedom because we are just like any organization.
yeah,
When I worked at ESPN, I got a job in Bristol, Connecticut. I couldn't just say, I want to go to LA. There would
right,
have to be an opening and I'd have to apply for it and all of
right.
that. So there, you give up your autonomy, your complete freedom for security and a good job.
And you know what? And this is going to sound so old school, and I apologize, but that could be a lesson for the kids too, like for the players, right?
Yeah,
That
that this is the
you
way
sign
the world
something, you
works.
sign a
Yeah,
contract and agree to do it, quote unquote job. Now you're on the hook for doing that. You can't just quit. You can't just screw around. You have to do the work, and you have to, do the job that you agreed to.
but then it becomes even more like the NFL. It is a job.
I know, but you know what? As much as I don't like it, if we're gonna have this atmosphere, it needs to have regulation. It needs to become more NFL-esque because, like you said, regulations. I think it's needed, and the transfer thing that drives me crazy. That kids transfer like 5 times. It's obnoxious. It's
It
obnoxious.
is.
How can you? I just don't see how somebody can like become good at their craft, if you will, if they have a new teacher or coach every single year. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe that's my learning style. I don't know. Maybe other people are different. I'm not representative of everybody at all. It just doesn't make sense to
Well,
me
that's a great point
personally.
that you just made that I don't hear being made, and it's a great point about their development. Uh, everyone's different, but I think that you just hit on something that for a lot of players, just like a lot of people, their development has to be hindered by them moving around and having to reconnect, learn new terminology, new relationship. Just everything is different.
Right. I mean, for example, so of course I'm going to talk Iowa because that's the team I follow. But when Mark Gronowski transferred, he had to learn and I think that I can't remember if it was Mark himself or if it was Tim Lester who said it, but one of them said that that Mark had to learn a whole new language in Tim Lester's offense because he had been at South Dakota for so many
Sure.
years. He was used to how they did things and their calls and all that. So they compared it to learning a new language. So how can and I'm a language person, like I majored in language at school. I don't even think I could learn a new language every single year like that. You know what I mean? And that's essentially what a quarterback and the college players do. They have to learn systems, and that essentially is a language in a way.
Absolutely.
So how can someone develop properly if they're learning new languages every single year? On top of having to, physically move their belongings, get used to a new environment, make new friends, be, in some cases away from family. How can they do all that and be successful if they're going to different school every single year? It just doesn't make sense to me. That's just, I acknowledge some people are different, but to me, that just is nonsensical. I just don't, doesn't make sense to me.
I hear you. Erica, we appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me. And, thanks for all of the, like I said, I don't know if you saw it in the chat earlier, but I said, like, thank you so much for all you do.
Oh,
And
thank you. I did
I've
not see
learned,
that.
oh, okay. Well, I'm telling you now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, I've learned a lot from you and from other people in the chat. I'm learning all the time and I'm very fixated on Iowa and on the Big Ten in general. So it's always interesting to gather perspectives as well. So thank you very much for bringing everybody together and for just, kind of teaching everybody through your videos. Really appreciate that.
Erica, it's always great to see you and to hear your voice. And you've been a great support and contributor for a long time. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. And we'll talk again soon.
Sounds good. Iowa fan, Erica. And let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. Let me slightly get on track before I take this next call because we are here for the State of the Voice of College Football address. So I will still be getting to other facets of the network and the channel. One would be audio. We don't talk about this very often, but keep in mind that all the audio from the main channel, all the audio from all the team channels is available to you. We need to promote this more. So keep this in mind, please. If you don't want to see my ugly face, if you don't want to see whomever, or it is just easier for you to access the audio, it's on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, all the other major locations for audio. We have the Voice of College Football. So you can listen to this main show. It's uploaded the next day. Also, again, whatever your favorite team, your favorite show, the audio is available. So please check it out. All right. We got Trey stopping by. Trey, what's going on tonight?
What's up, Mark? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I've been sick with the flu, man. I had to take care of a
Uh-oh.
lot. I had to take care of my family for the last 2 weeks. It's called super
Wow.
flu or whatever's going on.
Yeah.
So they're finally better, and I didn't get it. I didn't get it, so thank God. I will add this to the nice lady that I want to add some to that. Yeah, like I didn't know this until my mom brought it up, and that Carson Beck has been in college class for 2 years. That's crazy too. There's some people that never took a class and they call yourselves a college athlete, but you don't take a class. That's basically the point of college, right? Is taking a class. I think
Well,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I would have to say that I did see an explanation for that to a certain extent.
Oh, Lord.
He's got the eligibility left. It's obviously allowed under the rules, and he is now a graduate. He's still taking college classes, as I understand. He's still pursuing another degree.
Mm-hmm. If there's anybody that don't take college classes, I'm sure there's more. And if I was wrong, and that's fine. And is a difference when you have a 41-year-old that wants to play college football and he's taking classes, and there's a 27-year-old that don't play college, take college classes. There's kind of a big difference, and you're wasting money on a guy that don't go to college. For college athletes, not just playing football, but also, classes. I think that's a big deal, It takes away from other college athletes that's doing everything they do when it is right and they're going to college for it, because this ain't guarantee. All this will go away soon. This ain't the NFL. I think she had a good idea about NFL. Let's make it into the NFL junior. Let's go ahead and do that, because you always because college football is where you got stripped away tradition. They already stripped it away anyway.
Yes.
Let's just go ahead. Let's go ahead and strip everything, conferences, everything, and just make it NFL junior. Everybody be more happier with that, in my opinion.
Okay. So, Trey, let me address it this way.
Sure.
There was always going to be an issue at some point, because here's the issue. The issue is that we started a long, long time ago, 170 years ago, playing college football. Is it 170? Whatever the number is. 1869, 31, 155 or 60 years ago, we started playing college football. And at some point, it started to become popular. And obviously, those guys playing in 1910 had no thoughts of making a lot of money, or, of course, there was no television. They didn't even play on the radio. And there started to become very quickly large crowds at the game. So even into the 1920s and 30s, you had some of these historic stadiums being already built. So it was obviously popular to that degree for places like Ohio State and Michigan to build 80,000 seat stadiums. So it gained in popularity very quickly, but these guys were still legitimately student athletes. Maybe if they made money, it was under the table. There probably were some very mild deals that were struck at the time, just to say, man, you're our best player and you're a superstar. Here's, at the time, probably $30 or something. Anyway, what happened was you've got a completely collegiate model that these are student athletes. They are going to school first and foremost because of academics, but this is what they do on the side. Yeah. But it gains in popularity over and over and over. Then once it hits the 1950s, bingo, you've got television. And once something gets exposed to television, gets popular on television, and millions and millions and millions of people can watch it, what happens? You start to make a lot of money. And it's almost surprising that it stayed in the same model that it did for as long as it did, because starting in the 1950s, they started to make a lot of money. And of course, they understood the popularity of the sport, and then they could start charging. And even though inflation has obviously increased the prices of everything, it's one of those deals that even if you looked at the prices back in the 1930s, and even if you allowed for inflation, it was extremely cheap to get into a college football game. Therefore, they determined at some point, just like concerts, just like everything else, we can make even more money. The demand is great. So there's a collegiate model, but it's become an enormous business. So the two cannot function together.
Yeah.
It was going to break down at some point, because you cannot say that these guys, meaning the players, create all this money. They are the reasons. Now they need help. Obviously, it needs to be organized. They can't just do it themselves, but they are the product. They're the product. And they create this great revenue, but they can't have any of it.
Yeah.
Well, that was obviously going to fail. It's illegal. You can't do it. It can't be upheld in court. And finally, I'm surprised again that this didn't cave in a long time earlier. So suddenly you've got a situation where you started off with this collegial model, but it's a big business and you need to pay the players. They need to get their fair share of the revenue.
Yeah, and that's totally agreeable. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier during the Cam Newton. I'm going to say Cam Newton because it was like 2010. That really should have got the ball rolling on that. That's what's been the era. You would think that would be the era with 2010, Taj Boyd, Cam Newton, Jameis Winston, all them guys. I'm surprised the NIL didn't play earlier into that era.
So our friend Cheryl brings up a great point right here. This is a point that I used to go crazy about and bring up all the time. I can't believe it eluded me this time. Scholarships. So it used to drive me crazy when people would say, these players need to make some money. They don't make any money. Well, their scholarship is worth a lot of money.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So we should start there, that they have been receiving scholarships that are worth a lot of money that a lot of us who had to pay to go to school would certainly value.
Yeah, I had to pay into school.
Yeah.
I had to pay in school. It's also about tax bracket too. If you really people want to get to it, some things are down to tax brackets in college. If you make a, and I'm sure you know this, and for sure, if you go to college and you make a lot more money than a lot more other people, you're not going to get maybe no Pell Grant or any kind of grant. I'm in the state of Georgia. We get Pell Grants. We get the Georgia, state grants. And I had to get off my own parents' tax bracket taxes so I can get my own Pell Grants and stuff because they couldn't afford it, and I surely couldn't, but I'm glad I did. I think that actually matters what tax bracket you come from. And scholarships are really hard to come by too. They don't give you nothing, they don't give you a full scholarship for nothing. You got to at least bring something to the table, and GPA or plus how good of an athlete you are. You just don't get those all the dang time and for no reason.
All right, Trey. You have anything else for us?
Yeah. So I heard y'all, I think it was Michael. Y'all talk about schools and Derail in the chat over there talking about schools. No one cares. I'll be careful because one of there's a lot at NFL legends and went to these small schools like Big Ben. Went to Miami. They're not in school, but they're not really talked about. And one of my favorite tight ends of all time, the best in the NFL, Antonio Gates, went to Kent State. I love that guy. He beats Tony Gonzalez. I don't care what anybody says. He was better than Tony Gonzalez, and he was a basketball player. Randy Moss went to Marshall. Walter Payton went to Jackson State. Then you got Deacon Jones. And, all these players went to smaller schools. Even when you went to the big schools, doesn't mean you're always going to be the greatest player.
Mel Blount, Everson Walls, Too Tall Jones,
yeah,
Doug Williams.
Savannah Sharp went to Savannah State.
Yep.
I like Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp is probably the best top 5. He's a top 5 NFL tight end, period. And
listen to this roll call from Kent State. Let's just stay with Kent State here. We've got Nick Saban.
Yes.
We've got Don James. We've got Lou Holtz. We've got James Harrison, Antonio Gates, as you mentioned.
Ooh, James Harrison was my guy now with the Steelers.
Jack Lambert.
Oh, my God.
Kent Stater. Julian Edelman.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
Who am I missing? Josh Cribbs. Kent Staters.
I mean, there's, what do you call them? Diamonds in the rough, right, Mark? You got them diamonds in the rough that you wouldn't think that come out of these little schools, and they would, bam, hit you like Alcorn State with Aaron McNair. That was my guy, man. I love Steve McNair when I was playing Madden 03 and 4. That was my guy. And I love playing, with him on the game. I think people underrate the schools. I think they matter. These little NFL, these little college teams matter. The HBCUs, community colleges, all these guys have some diamond in the rough players that actually made into great legends in the NFL and actually made a successful career. Sometimes more than the ones that goes to Michigan or Ohio State and Florida over the years. Tim Tebow, he went to Florida. He didn't make it very well, except for that one playoff run. And then you got Randy Moss that went to a lower tier school, Marshall, and he had a splendid career.
That was his third school, though.
Oh, was it? What was
he
the
went
other
to
two?
Notre Dame and Florida State.
Oh my God!
He got kicked out of school.
Oh, imagine that! Imagine that! I'm not shocked by anything, but I didn't know he went to Notre Dame. What in the world? Yeah. What did Terrell Owens went to? I really want to ask this because I debated this with a lot of people on my own channel. And you're an NFL and college guy. Who was a better receiver? And I will give you my answer. Was it Randy Moss or Terrell Owens? We're taking out Jerry
Wow.
Rice. I'm taking out Jerry Rice because I would pick him over everybody. And I will say this: the only reason is Randy Moss is a down the field threat. You can
Yeah.
throw it deep, but Terrell Owens, you can thread the needle. He could get in right in the middle of coverage, down right in the middle of the field. He can make some big time plays.
Yeah.
Who do you think would be a better fit for your team if you have one? And who is a better receiver over the same amount of years they both have together?
Terrell Owens at times had a run of the dropsies a few times in his career. He had a few seasons where he really had some high drop totals. I will say that. I will say that Randy Moss was arguably the greatest home run threat in the history of the NFL. And his, they were both big receivers. Terrell Owens was more muscular. Obviously, his workout regimen was legendary. I would take Randy Moss by a smidge.
Ooh, I don't. I love to have that home run ball, but sometimes you got that corner. So you got that corner that can defend that deep ball threat. I would take Terrell Owens. He can do both, but he's more of a down in the middle. Like Donovan
Do you think
McNabb got
Randy
bailed
Moss
out.
was just? Do you think Randy Moss compiled the stats that he did, just catching 50-yard bombs all the time?
Well, it was called he got mossed. So yeah. We used to play a game. I don't know. A lot of people, if y'all around my era like 90s and 2000s, especially in the late 2000s, like 2003, 4, 5, that we used to play a game called getting mossed. So you got this one guy receiving, another guy's defending, and you're throwing the ball up in the air, and you got mossed. So that's how my childhood went. So he was catching those 50-50 balls too. Now, I mean, he was a monster. And I would also ask you this as two more questions, and it's quick. What do you think about Mike Allstott? A-Train. What do you think about? I've seen some podcasts with Warren Sharp. I love these, and I love all these 90s, 2000 players talk about what happened during their times. And Warren Sharp talked about Mike Allstott. What do you think about that guy?
Well, first of all, his last name was pronounced Allstott.
Yeah, I had trouble pronouncing it all my life.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's
all
okay.
right. I just thought maybe you didn't know how it was pronounced. So
yeah,
anyway,
it's just me.
You want my honest opinion about Mike Allstott? Even
Yes.
though he was a tremendous player. So let's start with that. We wouldn't be talking about him 20 years later, 25 years later. I think his last year at Purdue was 1998. Anyway, something in that range. I might be off on that, but I was even watching him at Purdue. And I would say that because, number one, let's be honest, he was a white running back that made him a novelty. Number two, his style of physicality, I think, was interesting to people, and people got excited to watch him run and just barrel over people. He was actually an underrated pass receiver. He was a good receiver out of the backfield. Yeah. And then Chris Berman had fun with Mike Allstott. Mike Allstott might be, I might be wrong on this, but it would be difficult to refute it, that I think that's where Chris Berman started his whole boom, 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 with Mike Allstott, just barreling guys over. But because of all that hype, I think he was slightly overrated.
Man, he was tough, man. I enjoyed it.
Overrated.
When I seen him on, in Fox back then was cooler than we got now. But when they had the Falcons with Michael Vick versus Mike Allstott and, Warren Sapp and John Gruden, that was always the matchup I always like to see. I don't know why. It was Buccaneers and Falcons. And I live in Georgia, so a lot of people are Falcons around me. And so I just like watching Michael Vick run around. And then you got Warren Sapp. I mean, y'all don't know the time. I mean, y'all know it, but you don't know how good you got it until it's gone. All right. The 2000s and the 90s guys will run these kids over now. They will truck them. They're nothing compared from the 2000s on back to the 60s. Now the 60s will kill them. Now the 60s, 70s, 80s, they had no rules and they were fun. And my dad talks about it all the time. Now it leads to the question: what is the best era in NFL football? Like the best era. It could be all sorts of things like best players, the rules,
best
or
era.
teams.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up with this because we're all over the map here. We're here to be talking about the network.
Sure.
So this is going to be our last comment about anything involving anything on the field. My favorite era is the 70s and the 80s because that's when I was
Ooh.
growing up. But the best era is, wait for it, it's right now. The athletes are the best right now.
Really?
Yes, they're the
I am
best.
so surprised.
All right, Trey. We appreciate you being here, man.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right. We've gotten way off track and I've allowed it. This show is not about talking about college football. So no more comments about college football. And if you all want to leave, that's perfectly fine. I understand. Defiant, what's going on tonight?
Nothing much, Mark. Yeah, I was listening to the show earlier. I'm like, they're talking about football. Like, this is not what the show was supposed to be about.
That's my fault. I allowed that. I don't know who started talking about football. I think our very first caller, Michael Hogue, he took me off track, and I kind of allowed it. But yes, this is the one time all year where we're not supposed to be talking about football.
Yeah, and I'll say one comment that I going back to the last call really quick. Me, Joe Green, North Texas State. I forgot to mention about me, Joe Green as well. He went to a small school.
Yes, he did. We could go on forever with small school players.
Yeah, but I will say this though, Mark. Speaking of small schools, for this year, are you looking at getting maybe more of the smaller Power 4 teams channels, depending on if the people want it, or how is that going to work?
So the channels that are currently founded and established, I would like them to be strong. That would be the preference, rather than just making a million channels and having them all be mediocre. And I'm not talking about the people involved. I'm talking about the results. But if somebody shows up and they are a Syracuse fan and they are really going to do a great job, we already have, truth be known, there's a channel already created for every team.
Mm.
I'm the owner of a channel for every power conference team already. They're there. They are just not being utilized because we don't have the host to do a show.
Yeah. And I mean, like, again, I was glad when the Indiana channel was created, when the Indiana channel started, like, hey, we're getting some representation. Because I do think there's a fan base out there for all these teams. It's just you need the people to show up kind of consistently for that to be successful.
Yeah, and it becomes more and more difficult because I think YouTube has become very corporate. And if we go back 10 or 15 years, YouTube was nothing but people like me or people that threw up cat videos. Now YouTube, all the corporate mainstream media has taken over YouTube, and a lot of great independent podcasters, obviously, but the ESPNs and Fox Sports of the world have YouTube channels.
Yeah.
And have for a long time, and they've taken up the space. And that's kind of taken away from what YouTube was in a sense. So it's difficult for myself and others to get traction. And certainly if we start new channels, for those to get traction.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think you can have a Mr. Beast production setup with like a multi-million-dollar, studios or warehouses to do all this stuff at. You're just, smaller production.
No, we're not quite there. I would like 1% of that would be fine.
And Bob was just on the comparison to what he's talking about, the corporation and like Mr. Beast, he started out small, but then as soon as he got traction with his videos, he just got bigger and bigger until what he is now. It's basically his own corporation with his Amazon stuff and Netflix and everything like that. So yeah, I do see what's really happening with these smaller channels, especially your channel, Mark.
Yeah, if I was going to try to make a lot of money on YouTube and I was going to start over, I wouldn't pick college football. That would not be my subject matter for sure.
But I will say though, from what I've been watching a lot, you seem like the only one that actually has an in-depth knowledge and like these analysis videos more than everybody else. Some people talk about some stories or, hey, this team is on the rise, or something like that. You actually talk more about the game than most other creators do. So I will say, like, I do enjoy the content you've been making.
Well, I do appreciate that, Defiant. I think you've been here for quite a long time.
Yeah, I've been calling recently. I've been following you since you did like that whole conference realignment thing back in the day,
Okay.
and your schedule and all that. I've been here for a while, but I've been calling in more recently with Indiana's success and just the way college football has been going in the last couple of years.
Yes, I would like to attack a lot of those topics. I would like to. I had somebody contact me the other night, and they were very much interested in having me really attack this playoff system and the way the whole thing's structured and put together some kind of series. But I'm going to do what I can.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think what you've been doing is great. Are you going to be doing kind of more shorts as well, try to engage that way too, or are you just going to do more long form videos?
So the shorts are something that were introduced at whatever time, 2 or 3 years ago. And I didn't have much for them, but they are obviously being pushed by YouTube, or certainly were when they were first introduced. And then we started doing shorts. I didn't do many original shorts, but the StreamYard setup that you see, this is the application that we use that brings in you or any guests onto YouTube and is responsible for the chat and responsible for YouTube's. The chat comes from YouTube, but StreamYard is responsible for posting the comments and allowing us to do all the graphics and everything. Now, in terms of the shorts, unfortunately, StreamYard used to allow us to AI process all of our videos, all of our live streams, and it would spit out shorts. Now, they wouldn't always be pretty. They wouldn't always be well done. I would have to edit some of them or just completely discard most of them. But many of them were viable. And I started to produce shorts and post shorts on this channel probably about a year ago. And then they took that away from us. So for me to do shorts now, unless I'm just going to stick an iPhone in my face and walk around the neighborhood and do a short, which I have done several times, then that would be the only way I would do a short now. It's just not cost effective. It doesn't pay me to try to break down one of these videos and do a short.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that's the new wave of social media. All the attention spans. Shorter videos and just getting those clicks. So I can definitely see your point. I do remember some of the shorts you posted that you did mention right now, and I thought they were good. But again, everybody now is just scrolling through the shorts or Instagram reels and just clicking and liking and sharing all that type of content.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that you bring that up because we were taking advantage of this feature on StreamYard, which processed these shorts and gave us options to select these shorts. And then as soon as I actually, without going into too much into the weeds, there were a lot of suggestions out there and a lot of YouTube gurus who suggested not cluttering up your channel with shorts, but producing a completely different channel that was just shorts. And so as soon as I started a shorts channel for the network and a shorts channel for this channel, then StreamYard took away that benefit. And so we're kind of stuck on the shorts. I just don't have time to do shorts. Again, unless I'm out for a walk and I feel like saying something. I think the last time that I did a short was about 45 minutes before kickoff at noon on a Saturday. And I learned that it was one of the fights between ESPN and one of the major cable outlets, and that they weren't going to be broadcasting games on one of the major cable outlets. And a lot of people were screwed out of their college football that Saturday. And I thought that was ridiculous. And so I stuck an iPhone in my face and ranted for a minute about it.
Yeah, I think posting stuff like that, I think that's what I think YouTube Shorts would be good for. Posting big news or like, you know, last minute, like, hey, this is going on right before kickoff, like you mentioned, like the ESPN and the TV providers issues, you know, the fight going on.
So Defiant, it's great that you showed up just for that, because did you just tell me something I didn't already know and was doing at one point? No. But did you
No.
give me a reminder? Yes. So this is the type of feedback I need, because you have basically reminded me. I try to go for a walk almost every day. I can stick an iPhone in my face and talk about whatever's on my mind concerning college football.
Yeah, and again, I don't think you should do it all the time, Mark. Like, I'm not saying like, you know, YouTube Short every single day, like, you know, some other creators do, but like, I think it's pretty nice to have, like, you know, hey, look at this YouTube Short. Oh, hey, ESPN, like DirecTV are having an issue regarding, you know, the games or whatever. They're having a little bit of disagreement. Just letting you guys know, you know, 45 minutes before kickoff, or hey, this player's injured, or you know, this is going to happen or whatever. I think something like that would kind of be nice, just to have that before kickoff, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, no problem, Mark. Again, I like your content. I want to see. Like I said, I like your content. I like what you're doing here, and just trying to prove a little bit more every time. It's just, you know, what makes YouTube great and everything.
Yeah, it is a great platform for sure. All right, Defiant. Anything else?
Nope, that is, Mark.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call tonight.
Yeah, no problem, Mark. No problem.
All right, Defiant. Thank you so much for the call. We are highlighting the Voice of College Football website that started here about a year ago. I think it was during the NFL draft, actually. So less than a year ago. VOCFB.com, VOCFB.com. Matt Zemek has done a remarkable job with this site, keeping it going, adding to it, making sure that there is content there. So thanks to Matt Zemek, who, of course, you can catch on the USC channel every Tuesday night at 7 Pacific time, 10 Eastern on the USC channel. And of course, we've got merch. So we've got the main channel, national channel, Voice of College Football, just the national brand right there, merch. And then we also have every team you can imagine, maybe not quite that many teams, but about 25. There's Bama, Arkansas, selling like hotcakes, I'm sure. We also have Auburn, and on down the line, Clemson, Colorado, and Florida, Florida State, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Iowa State, LSU, Miami, Michigan, Missouri. Got Nebraska, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Oregon, Penn State, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, USC, and West Virginia. Let's check out the Mountaineers. There they are. Got a couple different options with the headgear and the tees and the polos and the pullovers, the koozies, the mugs, and the tumblers. And so you go to vocfb.com. I've left the link there in the chat, vocfb.com, and shop for your favorite gear right there. Doreen is a fashion icon, and she's got the Ohio State Voice of College Football merch. There you go. So check it out. I will say that we took great lengths in trying to make it affordable, but also make it quality. I didn't want people just for the sake of getting the cheapest merchandise that we could find. that people would complain then about the quality, that it just wouldn't seem like fine quality and it would not last. So we went to the quality end of things, and then we tried to peel up back on the cost to find the best balance between the two. So vocfb.com, check it out. And as Doreen says, she loves it. Felipe says, please don't mention my favorite team, Florida State, until they win 10 games. Well, Felipe, you can show that you are a true Florida State fan and a fan here at the Voice of College Football by going to vocfb.com and get some merch. Jack, we appreciate you being here. Mark, you are gold at what you do. In my world, you are what you say you are. I don't miss your posts. Well, thank you for that. That's very kind of you. We need about 20,000 more of you. 20,000 would do it. That would be a good number. If we could average 20,000 per live stream and 20,000 per video, then I could get back to doing this full time. Also, I would say, if any of you have any leads on any sponsors that we could add here at the Voice of College Football, please let me know. MarkRogersTV at Gmail, MarkRogersTV at Gmail. We really need to bring in sponsors to make this go, at the level that we would want, that we ultimately need. Sponsors are needed. Definitely sponsors are needed. We've got the FanDuel sponsorship. That's great. Just because it's FanDuel, don't think that they're heaping millions of dollars down on me, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars or the like. And then also consider that me being the guy that understands that I could not do this without the help of literally 50, 60, 70 people that host all these shows. We are, of course, taking that revenue from FanDuel, and we are spreading it across the network, of course. So once you split that 50 or 60 times, it evaporates. So we need more and more sponsors. All right, let's highlight the channels. Let's at least look at all of these channels we have up and running. And there is no way that without my list, so I'll have to find it, that I'm going to be able to acknowledge everyone across the board, but we will get to it. So I wish there was a way. Let's see if there is. If I blow this up, it's not working. Shoot. I was hoping to find a way that I could show you this page that just displays all of our channels. Maybe we can do this. Give me just a second. Let's try this. There's a place on here where I can find all the channels in one place, and I don't. Well, let's do it like this. All right, everyone. We've got the Nebraska channel. There it is with Justin Adams and Brian Moore. They do a great job. They're live on Tuesday and Thursday night. And I know that I'm going to embarrass myself here pretty soon because we've got so many channels that off the top of my head, I shouldn't admit this, but I forget some of our hosts' names, some of our newer hosts. We have the Notre Dame channel as well. And we've got Brendan and Brian there. As I scatter for my cheat sheet. So everyone, I post the network-wide schedule here on the main channel each and every day, or at least I attempt to, and I've been good at that recently. I was really bad at it for a while because if you would see my morning schedule, you would understand at about 9 o'clock in the morning, I have to get locked in seriously for about 2 hours because there's a lot on the line for about 2 hours starting at 9 a.m. But there you've got our Notre Dame channel featuring Brendan McCallendon, and we've got Ryan Fravel there on the Notre Dame channel. And again, I am not going to try to remember the show times for all of these channels, all of these shows. The Missouri channel, you've got Zach Ramelius doing the Missouri show. And I gotta say, doing it this way is a pain. So we will give it up right there. I cannot find where we can display all the channels at once. But if you've got a college football team and we do not have a channel for your team, that's an upset because we've got just about everyone covered. We have shows starting in the Big Ten. We've got Ohio State shows all week, Michigan shows all week, Maryland. They just had a show today at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Maryland, Indiana, of course. We've got Iowa, Nebraska, USC, Oregon. And that should do it for the Big Ten. In the SEC, we've got an SEC live show. We've got Alabama, of course. We've got Auburn doing a great job. Texas A&M, LSU, Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, South Carolina, Missouri, Georgia, ACC, Miami, Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, I think that's about it. Then Notre Dame, and just in time, everyone, the perfect person to bring on here to straighten me out. This is the guy right here. if anyone has, in addition to just college football encyclopedic knowledge, but also encyclopedic knowledge of the voice of college football, this is your guy right here. And Jackson, as you start to slap me around here and correct me, I'm going to grab the schedule and at least be able to show everyone the weekly schedule here as you help me out. So, Jackson, I appreciate you showing up.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Well, as of right now, there's 4 active ACC channels with hosts. Of course, there's you and Cam Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern time on Miami at the Voice of College Football. The Miami channel is the second largest channel within the Voice of College Football network. Ohio State is behind it, but just by a little bit. Let's see. So we've got Miami Primetime Live with Jaden Gonzalez and Shay McDonald at 7 p.m. Eastern time with Miami Primetime Live. And of course, we've got Florida State Primetime Live with Jacob Smith and Matthew Lennox on Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern time, I believe, 7 p.m. Central. Let's see. North Carolina Live is with Myron McRae and Ricebots on North Carolina Live at 9 p.m. Eastern time, Tuesday nights on North Carolina at the Voice of College Football. So that's 4 active ACC channels. Shockingly, Virginia Tech does not have a host yet, but I've got a feeling that can come before spring practice because there's always somebody wanting to talk about James Franklin and Virginia Tech.
I like it. I would love it because we've got probably about 300 subs on the Virginia Tech channel. So we need to take advantage there.
Agreed. Strike while the iron's hot. There's 4 active Big 12 channels running. The Big 12 channel, there's the biggest 12 with Clint Foster. He brings a wonderful amount of guests on the biggest 12, 7:30 Eastern time on Tuesday nights. He's always having a fun ride. It's like he's always
awesome.
bringing on. Yeah, he's bringing on somebody. He's bringing magic all over the place. And as we saw, Justin and Brian were on tonight for the Nebraska call-in show at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And they're always on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Central. And by the way, a couple weeks from now will be the 1-year anniversary of Brian Moore being at the Nebraska channel at the Voice of College Football Network. And John comes in just in time as he's going to be celebrating his 3-year anniversary of being the Michigan host. And also today is the 2-year anniversary of TJ being at the Michigan channel. His first episode at Michigan Voice College Football was Harbaugh to the Chargers at the Michigan channel.
Who in the world did John take over for there at the Michigan channel?
I believe it was Dre and Desmond. And you were there with him for a little bit, but then it was like, well,
so I have to apologize. As I was going through the conferences and going around the map, it reminded me when you mentioned Clint, I totally bypassed the Big 12. The Big 12 is always being bypassed. We've got the Iowa State show, biggest 12.
West Virginia Live with Dane Statmiller and Eric Sabb Mondays at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Manny and Miles on the Colorado channel. They were just live tonight, and they're also live on Mondays.
Those guys are doing a great job, Miles and Manny.
Oh man, they're doing fantastic. Yeah, I mean they're incredible job. Man, so that makes it 8 active channels, and we've got also 13 active SEC channels, including the SEC channel. So apparently I was live on SEC Live, and we just did a breaking news live stream on the Alabama channel as Alabama just parted ways with their offensive line coach. So it's like, I was like, wow, I was not expecting that today, but I'm all right with it.
Well done. Nice job.
Oh, thank you.
jumping on that.
So got to strike with irons hot. That's the way it goes. So we've got Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi State, South Carolina with Walker Gaskins, Tennessee with Tucker Harlan and Jordan Binkley, Cam Honesty and Cannon Torres at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central Time, Tuesday nights. Lewis Johnson on the LSU channel from Last Word on College Football, bringing that magic. So, and there's Zach Remulus, as you talked about a little while ago. So there's not a Kentucky show, Ole Miss Vanderbilt shows yeah. So
we only have 3 to go for the SEC. Vandy, Kentucky, Ole Miss. Okay.
Yep. That's right. And, the Big Ten's got 9 channels with host, but 9 without. Wisconsin and Penn State don't have host, but I think they could get some hosts before spring practice can start. There's always somebody wanting to host Wisconsin or Penn State. And there's the Notre Dame channel with Ryan Fravel, Notre Dame Forever. I forget his real name, but I'll find it later on.
His name's Brendan.
Brendan, okay. And Ben. So that made, and including the main channel right here, that makes it 44 channels actively running with hosts. 13 ACC schools don't have a host here at the Voice College Football Network. There's 13 other Big 12 teams like BYU and Utah amongst. Wait a minute, I was one off. Clint Foster does the TCU channel for post games, so that technically makes it 45. So now that kind of makes it 12 Big 12 channels without a host of some kind, and 9 other Big 10 schools without a host, and there's 3 SEC teams without a host.
So you stopped in the Big Ten. Of course, we've got the Powerhouse Michigan channel with TJ and John. We have the Ohio State channel where I show up with a show on Wednesday. We also have Garrison and Mike Wilson doing their shows throughout the week. We've got the Maryland show that was just on this afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern. We've got Alec and Bradley doing Indiana on Tuesday nights. Myself and Corey Braddis still get together to do the Iowa show on Tuesdays at 5 Eastern. Justin, and as you mentioned, Brian Moore with his 1-year anniversary on the Nebraska channel. They're doing a heck of a job covering the Huskers. USC with Matt Zemek, Crash, and Ethan Inman. USC Live right there. The Oregon show just got ramped up here in the last couple of weeks with that crew over there on the Oregon channel. And absolutely, I think I got everyone in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And again, the Sooner Smiths. If we dive back into the SEC, we got the Sooner Smiths, and we got Josh Mailer doing a great job on the Oklahoma channel. The Sooner Smiths, everyone, they do a Monday show, and it's a bit different than everybody else, just in regards to just a different feel. Chad and Tyranny do a great show on the Oklahoma channel, so check it out.
I could tell you this, like, who needs Kelsey and Taylor Swift where you got the dream couple, Chad and Tierney Smith on Oklahoma at the Voice College Football Monday nights.
That's it.
There you go. They always bring that magic.
I didn't want to exclude the trio on the Oregon channel. I mentioned the Ducks live show, but it's Bjorn, Brody, and Brendan, the Killer Bees on the Oregon channel. And then dipping back into the SEC. If we talk Oklahoma, we've got to, of course, talk Texas with Matthew Miller and the Texas channel. The Tennessee guys, we got Jordan Binkley and Tucker Harland, who helps you with a lot of the SEC live shows. You mentioned Texas A&M with Cameron Honesty and Cannon Torres. And yes, the SEC is strong. You mentioned Walker Gaskins with South Carolina. And of course, talk a little bit about the Alabama Crimson Tide live show and all the offerings there with you and Travion and Jeffrey.
Yeah, so last night Jeffrey and I did the college show because we did a celebration of the birth week of Only Talk Sports because Sunday was Jeffrey's birthday, and I decided, you know what, I'm gonna make sure this edition of the college show is his birth week celebration. You know, we're gonna celebrate all that. And also, you know, just like Travion and I just been like going live constantly, you know, or pre-recording, you know, throughout recruiting updates and transfer portal updates and your coaching staff updates with Chris Kaplovic and just kind of figuring out who's going to be the next offensive line coach for the Alabama Crimson Tide. And we go live at Mondays at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern time with Crimson Tide Live on Mondays. Tuesday nights, we go live with Travion and myself on 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central time. And the college show is Jeffrey and I taking your calls at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Some of you, if some of you like that, you know, Ren and Stimpy-esque humor, well, then that's the show for you. And it's all right there.
Nice. Auburn doing a heck of a job, led by Blake Lane. He's doing a great job. Let's see who else in the SEC. Arkansas has got a show with Austin Rabb. Florida with the two Tylers get together on Sunday night. Georgia with Matt Green and Bo Underwood. Everybody check them out. LSU, Lewis Johnson doing a heck of a job. Had Booger McFarland on a couple months ago. So LSU and Lewis right there. See if I missed anyone else in the SEC. Mississippi State, Andrew Miller.
Oh, man, that's a guy that brings that beard magic right there. I told him it's like him and Hagrid have two things in common. They bring magic all over the place.
The longest running show would be myself and Cam Underwood with Miami. So check that out, everyone. Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, Miami goes to the national championship game, and Cam Underwood knows his stuff from State of the U. So Cam and I, we first got together in 2013. That shows up to almost 500 episodes. Wow. And I had to look this up, Jackson, that the longest running show that never involved me, although I have done some random Clemson live shows, but in terms of it being a regular weekly show, would be our guys Jordan Bowman and Tiger Paw Craven on the Clemson channel.
Oh man, I always get excited when I hear the well from Tiger Paw Craven. That's when you know you're in for an exciting show from the Clemson show. All right there. It was funny though. They were also live tonight for a special show because they were talking a little bit about Dabo Swinney's riff with Ole Miss. So that was a wild show tonight. It was pretty fun too.
Nice. Yeah, the Clemson guys do a heck of a job. And again, here on a Friday night, they got together, Tiger Paw and Jordan Bowman. We've got also in the ACC, Florida State, as you had mentioned, with Matthew Lennox, Big Game James Coleman, and George from Renegade Report and myself still get together most weeks, but you got to be on the trigger there on the Florida State channel to catch us. Just make sure that you're subscribed and you've got the bell for the notifications on. And
that
again,
audio avatar of George from the Renegade Report, it's one of my favorites because it's the way he grabs that mic with a smile on his face. It's like a cartoon version. He looks like a man on an adventure with the way he's grabbing that mic.
yeah, George is a good guy, no doubt. Myron and Joel talking North Carolina, as Jackson had mentioned earlier, just to round out our offerings there in the ACC. Yeah, I think we covered the ground. I think we got it all together. And I threw out a quick tease on X last week that Nathan Brown and myself are in talks right now to put something together that wouldn't necessarily be a weekly show, but we would like to put something together where we bring in some heavy hitters like once a month and tackle like the most important topic in college football at the time with Nathan Brown from College Football Mafia and myself.
Oh man, that's gonna be fantastic. Because I'm just like getting excited thinking about it.
So I believe we're going to have a former CBS sports executive on one of the first shows.
There we go.
So yeah, that should be a whole lot of fun with Nathan Brown. He's a good guy.
He's one of the best. One of the best.
Nathan brought that to the table a few weeks ago, so I could not turn that down. I said, Nathan, if you want to do a show and you're excited about it, let's give it a shot.
Oh man, I mean, you already met a Wild Ute, but I don't think you've met Moen. Like he's got like those wonderful sound effects. Like my favorite one are the note to self ones from Norm Macdonald that he has.
Good stuff.
Oh man,
Jackson, you help us hold all of this together. So thank you for all that you do. Jackson, when did you show up to all of this business?
Well, let's see. So I know that I first called in on November 1st, 2022, but when I first became an employee of the network, that was on May 18th of 2024. And before that, like I got on the phone with you about wanting to work for you at the time. This was a week before. 2 days before that, I was calling in on the West Virginia channel. It was like a Big 12 show Joey and Shane were hosting. And this is when like Joey was like, let me know that he was, retiring, but he was still going to be involved in some way, shape, form with voice college football. Right. And then it was like, and that's how I got a hold of you face to face. We talked and, it was like, boom, there we go. And, I believe, and the 2-year anniversary is coming soon. Like, wow. It's like, it's just kind of sinking in. It's been like almost 2 years.
I'm recalling, Jackson, that I made this same confession last year because we had a bit of a different show and we take a bit of a different lean every year, more team channel oriented. Last year, I brought on a lot of the hosts of the team channels, which they certainly were invited, but to their defense, I didn't reach out to them and let them know when they could come on and all of that. So certainly not their issue that none of them showed up tonight. But last year, I made it more of a team channel oriented state of the voice of college football. And this was more about some of our challenges right here on the main channel and what we've been through and what we've accomplished and what we need to do and what it's going to look like going forward. But I got to say that, it's just incredible to hear your rundown of your history because this is bringing back again last year's, I should say, Voice of College Football State of the Union address, and that I had to confess that I have very poor recollection of how everybody showed up. Like Jeffrey showed up and he became a contributor. John D'Adamo, of course, how all these guys, Tim Prangley at one time, and TJ, and all these people, and how they showed up, and when they showed up, like Jordan Bowman, obviously was just a viewer, just in the community, and how that morphed into a hosting role on the Clemson channel. And for all these people, I have a bad recollection of that. I run into too many people on a daily basis and talk to too many people, I guess, because I cannot keep track of all of it, of how and when you and various people showed up. So
Yeah, it's like, wow, it's like talking to hundreds of people, thousands of people. It's like, holy cow, that's pretty cool.
yeah. So Jackson, thank you so much for everything. Is there anything else you wanted to hit on?
Just want to tell everybody, stay safe, stay warm. It's cold out. Make sure you got a lot of long sleeves.
Yes.
And just kind of like tune into more. We're just getting ready for kickoff and just kind of keeping ourselves busy, because there's always something going on in the world of college football and much more.
Even there in Alabama, it's going to get quite frosty.
Yeah, I'm not going out. I'm staying in.
Okay. Jackson, you stay warm and stay safe too.
Will do. Y'all stay safe, and I'll be seeing y'all soon.
Great to see Jackson. I was talking to my kids tonight up there in Connecticut. My goodness, it's going to hit the deep freeze over most of the United States, even into Georgia. There are even now a couple guys that I was listening to on the radio this afternoon were a bit in a debate about northern Florida, possibly feeling some effects. But I'm sure we're going to feel a cold blast down here, but it's going to be nothing close to what many of you are going to face. So, hey, Jackson, for him, it's a shtick and it's a closing line, but it is very apropos right now. Do stay safe, do stay warm, do whatever you need to make sure everybody is in good shape there in your household. All right. I said that I was going to stay here until I said everything that I possibly needed to say, could say, wanted to say. I believe I've reached that point. I thought it might take longer than this. We started this show by saying thank you, so we should end it by saying thank you. So whether I'm talking to 10 people or 100 or 1,000, just understand that none of the decisions I make reflect directly on you and your engagement, your involvement, your support, your encouragement. Like I said, just in the last 2 days, I've had like 5 people comment, Mark, you're the best. You're my YouTube channel. You're my go-to. You're the first one. I also will say, this does come to mind, that I find it interesting, and I don't go on other people's shows very often. I did get more requests at one time, but I was on Jock on Bucks recently, and I apologize, a few other shows that I don't recall. But here in the last 3 to 4 months during the college football season, I was asked on 3 or 4 different shows. And of course, Michigan Podcast, I got to thank Steve Dace. He has me on almost every show. He certainly doesn't need me, doesn't need to do that. We certainly became friends because of the show. It wasn't like we were friends and he threw me a bone and said, well, yeah, this is one of my friends, so I'm going to have him on my show to promote his show. No, we became friends because I first reached out to him. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know that he was a political commentator. I did not know that he had a Michigan podcast. I was just looking for somebody capable, somebody really good. And Michigan football, I believe, I don't recall, but I believe that's how I found him. I didn't watch him. So then we forged a strong friendship. So I do appreciate Steve Dace and him again having me on just about every show. But I do find it a bit. It's a complimentary, but it's also a bit curious that I do think that our show and what I do suffers to a certain extreme because we're not tied to a specific team. Because I go on these other shows and then I'll jump back a few days later and I'll look at the comments and I'm blown away at the compliments of, yeah, Mark, he's the OG. Mark, I started watching college football content with him and I see all of these comments. Chuck on Bucks, and I wish I could remember the other shows. There were about 3 more that I was on this season. And the response was tremendous from these people. They were very complimentary, very complimentary. Didn't see any derogatory comments, nothing but love from a bunch of people. I did not recognize their handles. None of them. Dozens, if not hundreds, over the course of the 3 or 4 different shows. Hundreds of people. And I'm thinking, where are these people? And I really have to come to this conclusion. And this is going to be Doreen, I appreciate that. I certainly was at one time. I don't believe that's the case anymore. I believe that he has certainly surpassed us in regards to, from what I've seen. But I do appreciate that, Doreen. We're finding a different niche. I'm finding a different lane these days. So I look at that and I can come to this conclusion because I put this together with other feedback I received from people that I believe that I have forged a level of respect and a level of, hopefully I'm not overstating this, admiration from a fairly large number of people out there, but I'm not their go-to. I'm not their guy. They want to see their team, or maybe you're just into this for just a different type of style. But they have a lot of respect and admiration for me. It appears that way. And so I think I'm on a list of a lot of people. I'm not their number 1 choice. I'm not their number 2 choice, maybe not their number 3, but like I'm maybe a little bit more consistently on a lot of people's lists, but not to where they're going to watch on a regular basis. The real MVP would remember this to a certain extent, I think, because I've talked to the real MVP enough in conversations about the channel that he's got a pretty good handle on where we've been and what we've done in the past. And certainly what we're doing now doesn't come close to what we produced in the past, both in terms of quantity or quality or viewership. But I think that going forward, this is the direction we will take, is that I have a number of other revenue sources that I'm pursuing that makes it difficult to do much content here. And so I've been riding the fence for about a year for sure. I was running down earlier, and I do apologize for the disjointed delivery of topics. It's not like I'm hitting a topic and then running through everything and then the next topic and hitting through everything. We're kind of jumping around, but it's just a stream of consciousness. And what that is right now is basically to say, I started to discuss why this channel has declined. And I think there are a lot of factors we addressed competition. We addressed not really meeting the challenge of the technical and operational and aesthetic qualities and standards elsewhere. We talked about just there was a time in which I was really pushing for the other channels to do well. So I was on the Ohio State channel a lot. I was on the Michigan channel a lot. I was on the Oklahoma channel, the West Virginia channel. At one point, I was doing Ohio State live, Michigan live, Oklahoma live, USC live, West Virginia live, Texas live, Iowa live, Miami live, Florida State live, and there's probably a few more that I'm forgetting. So I really wanted to build the Nebraska live. I was really trying to build those team channels because I saw Miami, I think, jumped up first. So I saw the potential of we could make like 10,000 sub channels and make those strong. And I can still keep the main channel going. But I really didn't recognize it, but I pulled away from the main channel, didn't really invest myself in the main channel and into creating the kind of content that I used to, and didn't really create the quality of the content and with the analysis that I had in the past. Erica, thank you so much for the contribution there. Ever considered Voice of College Football meetups? That's funny that you bring that up because that was brought up by a couple young ladies here recently. One of them's in the chat. But anyway, that would be phenomenal to do. I would love that. I would love to meet you people face to face. I would love it. Yeah. I'm going to leave that comment right there because that's going to remind me that, yeah, I think there's a time and place for that. We know that our Michigan bunch with TJ and John at the Michigan spring game were able to meet Doreen and others. So they accomplished that at the Michigan spring game. Corey Bretta lets me know from time to time that I'm always invited to Iowa City to check out the Hawkeyes and come up there. I would love to do that sometime, but I would think that our largest base of people would be somewhere in the Ohio, Michigan vicinity there, probably. So I was in the middle of talking about decline. Sorry to be a downer, but talking about decline. And I've had to become more of a business owner. I should have become one sooner, more than a content creator, a business owner. So all of those things, I believe, have suppressed this channel, brought it down. And now in the last year, I have not been working on this channel during the day. I've been doing other things. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving. I'm not quitting. Unfortunately, I'm not going to invest the kind of time and effort into this channel that I did 5 years ago, which produced 3 million views in a year, where now it produces 800,000 views. That's a huge decline. So it's been much like any type situation like this, a vicious cycle. One impacts the other, and which one came first? Well, we declined. That caused me to pull away and focus on the team channels, and me focusing on the team channels and now other things makes us decline, and it becomes a vicious cycle. But I'm not going to quit. And certainly the Voice of College Football, the network, is here. It's strong. In some ways, it's stronger than it's ever been. Look at that Michigan channel. Whew. Those guys are tearing it up. I have to admit, I never really gave consideration, never thought one of these channels would ever surpass the main channel. I never gave that any kind of consideration. But with my main channel declining and the Michigan channel rising, that's exactly what's happened. Maybe sometime in 2024, they kind of cross paths. And again, I've just given way more focus to becoming business owner and then having to look at other businesses and do other things with my time that there's no way I can keep up with making this what I want it to be. So I have to admit, it has crossed my mind, and some of you have definitely picked up on it because I've seen comments in the chat like, "Is Mark quitting?" I saw that all season from time to time, not very often. It wasn't like it was often, but so I saw a dozen times people commenting and asking whether I was going to quit. Probably just in between the lines, I would throw some comments out there. So I am not. I will be here producing content. How much content? Well, I know I want to deliver conference rankings and all-time rankings and program rankings and coaches rankings. And I want to break down every schedule in college football for 2026. I want to produce the Wake Forest preview schedule preview, even if it only gets 97 views. So I've got to weigh what I want to do versus what I should be doing elsewhere. My personal life is becoming much more involved as well in a good way. So all of you are worth it. All of you, every time I've ever sat down here, and I don't know, the fewest amount of people I've ever had watching me. Back in when I first started, there'd be like 8 people watching. There was never a time when I thought this is not worth it from the standpoint of the conversation, of the analysis, of interacting with all of you. That's always worth it. But in looking at financial opportunities and need and business and personal life and all of that, this is just not paying off anywhere close to what it should be paying off. You just have to understand that when I choose to do a video and now sometimes I can sit down and do a video in a half hour because it just rolls off my tongue and boom, there it is. And it was just a response to something I saw. Other times I'm breaking down all the conference records and their results against each other. And it takes like 3-4 hours to put all that together. And then I produce a video. And unless that video gets like 15,000 views, it's not worth my time. And usually that video is going to do, I think the last video I did with my top 25 or 1 through 136 final rankings, in the mode of top 25 that actually makes sense, might have 3,000 views, which used to be a bad video for me. And now it's a decent video. That's going to make like $8 or $12. And it took like 4 hours to do. So none of this makes any sense. Like if it was based on pure finances, I would have quit like 2 years ago. If it was based purely on financial gain and what else I could be doing with my life to make money, it makes no sense for me to be sitting here. It makes no sense. I appreciate that. So I may sit here all night because I don't want anything to be unsaid. And even if nobody's watching me when I say it, that's fine. But one thing came to mind. When we committed to doing a college football show every night, excluding Sunday when the ladies took over, but on Monday, as I like to say it, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, starting in July. And I committed to, because I just wanted to do a test and see, can I get my audience back? If I'm here every night at 10 p.m. Eastern time, can I get my audience back? Well, the answer was no. I couldn't get my audience back. And so that was my testing ground. Say, no, they're not coming back. They're not coming back. I'm not going to have like 200 people watching me and get 5,000 people, or look at the live stream numbers that I showed earlier like 8,000, 10,000, 15, 20,000. So for example, I looked at the post game for the national championship game. I don't remember what I got, like 2,000 views. The post game after the Georgia TCU national championship game, 18,000 views. So all of you fine folks excluded, because again, I cannot in any way express how grateful I am. I've lost my audience, and I'm probably not getting them back unless I would make some kind of monumental effort to do that and like build a studio and really dedicate myself. And I don't have the resources to do that. So since I basically lost my audience, I'm kind of doing this for fun at this point. And that was not the intent. When I left ESPN, I'm not going to tell you how much money I was making, but I was doing fine. I was not bathing in cash. I was not, swimming in dollar bills or $100 bills, but I was doing well. And then, of course, I left ESPN, and I dropped considerably, like 30, 40% plus. But I thought, it was only 30 or 40%. And it, for like 2021, 22, it was increasing. And then all those things that we talked about happened in some combination of some way, plus poor management from myself, poor business acumen. And I made some mistakes. And it's not recovered. So Michael Hogue called to lead us off tonight, and he asked me, what is your off-season schedule going to be? My answer to that question is whenever I show up. That is my off-season schedule. That is most likely going to be the schedule for the remainder of the history of this channel concerning me. Now, we may bring in some other folks that can host some shows that you can count on being here at a particular time. But as for me right now, I will be here when I'm here. And that could be once a month. That could be once a week. That could be 3 times a week. That could be 3 nights in a row. That could be I'll see you in 3 months. I am going to produce a video a week, at least, to make sure that this channel is not ignored and that YouTube does not lose it. Because if you completely leave a channel dormant, and then you have really written it off. So I'm going to be here, but I cannot guarantee you when, because I've got other priorities in life I can't commit to. I already gave it a 6-month run, 5 to 6 months of I'm here 10 p.m. Eastern time every night. So that was enough of a trial to see that this is not going to get it. All right. But that is a great suggestion there, Erica. We thank you so much for that. And I believe we have hit the end of the line. Thank you, Doreen. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. And Doreen and Minnie, thank you so much for holding down Sunday nights throughout the college football season. Yes, maybe there's a lady friend involved, Doreen. That could be it. That could be it as well. But hey, while we're just still talking, it ran through my mind. should I take these 47,000 subs and try to make this a channel that's going to make some money? And I've been heavily in the stock market over the last 6 months. And I thought, to the point where I've joined, like, this is not hyperbole, 300 stock groups. And I thought about making a setup where I would sit here for like the opening of the stock market, and I would just send out stock alerts and recommendations and just give, but it would have to be set up in such a way that it was, people could see the graphics, and I just didn't want to go to that point. Plus, based on what I'm doing right now, that wouldn't be a good use of my time, but it crossed my mind. I also had a suggestion from somebody that told me, Mark, you should just show up and talk about whatever topic you want to. That would be an interesting thing to do as well. Conundrum. But that has nothing to do with my decisions concerning this channel for the time being. So do not put those two things together at all. It crossed my mind to post a picture on New Year's Eve, but I thought, oh, no, I don't want to hear the end of it. I no, will not do that. But you guys are amazing. Appreciate you being here. Conundrum. And Rick, we will see. We will see, Rick. Erica, Moose, Doreen, of course. Doreen, you're busy and you've been hanging out for quite some time. You're probably like into like 8 things at the same time, I'm guessing. But Pit Snipe, I always have problems with this. Pit Snipe Husker, there you are. And Moose, of course. And John. Great stuff. Great stuff. What did I say that led to that? You can get an $8 Arby's box, Mark. I'm actually going through it right now. No, not going to mention it, but my eating has been much different the last 3 weeks than it's ever been. I'll just say that. Much different. And I am ready to like run down a Domino's truck or something. I don't know. Is that it? I would love to write another book. I would love to do that. I enjoyed the first one. All right, folks, we do appreciate you being here. And I got all cleaned up for you tonight. How about that? And match the background and the whole deal. I put some thought into this. So thank you for being here. As I mentioned to Jackson, you were probably not listening to us, but Nathan Brown, College Football Mafia, and I have tentatively decided to get together once a month and bring on a powerhouse guest and really tackle one big topic in college football every month. So we have determined to do that. So you're at least going to see me once a month to talk about that. And again, there is no way I cannot run down the Alabama schedule or the Auburn schedule or the Iowa State schedule. I will do that. And I certainly had somebody with an interesting opportunity or proposal for me the other day that involves creating a bunch of college football content. So don't put the the final nail in the coffin for me quite yet. To everyone, including Rick, thank you so much for complimenting the show. That's very kind of you. This was fun. And yes, Jackson, showing up with this one. Write a book about your life or the 70s national champions. This is the 90s. That was the intent, Jackson. When I came up with this idea, I thought, hey, and if you missed it earlier when I explained my book deal and why I pursued it the way I did, I spent a lot of money to do this one book, but I spent a lot of money so I wouldn't spend hardly any money. Any other books I write are going to be on the cheap. I'm going to be able to write them really cheap, which is good because this one was pricey. So I pursued this book idea with the thought that I would write more books. Otherwise, this was a stupid investment to make. So 80s, 70s, I would love to do every decade. Would love to do it. Enjoyed writing that book. Always wanted to write a book. So, Jackson, thank you so much for reminding me on that front as well. There may be a night for trivia, a night for a trivia challenge, a night for Oreos, but I got to think of a better concept. The last time I did it with the Oreos didn't make much sense because I let you guys throw any question in the world at me. Like I had guys throwing questions like, who scored LSU's third touchdown against Auburn in 1989? Okay. Nobody knows this. And I had to eat an Oreo for every wrong answer. Big mistakes here. Number one, I allowed any question. Number two, I bought double stuffed Oreos. Number three, I ate some cookies before I started. And number four, I needed to put a dollar value, like you had maybe super chat equals question. Because I ended that show with like 50 right and 35 wrong, and I still ate 35 cookies, which sounds good to me right now. 20 cookies is no problem. 20 to 22 Oreos is no issue. But I got in that past about 22, 23, and then it got ugly. And I got to tell you, nobody saw it here. Maybe you saw it on my face. Maybe it showed on my face. I should go back and look because maybe I would only be the only one to tell. But I got done and I went upstairs in bed and I just curled up in a fetal position. My stomach hurt. I was in some pain. I was thinking, Mark, what did you do? What did you do? And it was remarkable because I should have needed like a full night's rest and obviously clean myself out to feel better. But I suffered for like an hour and then it was like fine. I was okay. But yeah, the 36 cookies or whatever it was. Yeah, Rick, I really did that to myself. That was my fault. I did not think that one through. I just thought, you know what? It'll be fun eating Oreos, and I'm going to get most of these questions right anyway, which I did. I got about 60% right. But somebody came up with an idea the other day that said that I should do some kind of trivia challenge, maybe invite viewers to come on and challenge me in trivia. And as long as we, in this day and age, we could make sure that nobody's looking at phones, you can see everyone, that we would have a trivia challenge. which I told this person that I'm the least prepared to have a trivia challenge now than I've ever been in my life. I know less about college football right this second than I have in 40 years. Adam, thank you so much. I am actually going to, you know what? This is one night that we just do whatever. And I am curious. That video lives. Oh, yeah, there we go. Hey. So that's there it is. 2 years ago. Okay, when was I? Oh, the other big mistake I made was to down 36 cookies, whatever the number was. It was in the mid 30s. The other issue with that was I had to drink milk, or I was drinking milk just for the taste. I should have drank water. I ended up drinking like 3 large glasses of milk too. That was not. I do not see any shots of me eating cookies here yet. I gotta think there's an Oreo. I don't see myself eating here at some point. Was that one right there? Yeah, I must have when am I eating all these Oreos? Yeah, I wasn't feeling real well by this point. Huh, interesting. When was this? This was in February of 2023. We're coming up on 3 years. Yes, quite riveting, I'm sure. Yeah, throwback there. How about let's see. We used to have what was the name of that show? Let me see. Um, hmm, hmm, hmm. John, what was the name of the Pac-12 show we used to do that I only did it for about 4 weeks and then I handed it off? There it is. Here we go. Look at this crew. Now, I forget who else they used to get on this show. Oh, I was expecting to see a whole panel. John, didn't you guys do a Sunday show? I guess you did the After Dark show. You'd be on there, Jordan Bowman, Ben. Here we've got Adam showing up. Adam, how you doing tonight?
Hi, Mark. How are you?
We have arrived at the informal portion of the show. I'm doing well. How are you? We have already reached the informal portion of the show.
So that's where I'm best suited. So I was thinking, since this is the State of the Union address, a very important night, we should make some observations about the year, which are very important. So, number one, let's talk about the Michigan show. Michigan show has been absolutely fantastic with John and TJ, although John did misquote Ivan Drago from Rocky IV when he said, instead of "I must break you," he said, "I must beat you." That was about 9 months ago. But after he had the crab dip and the lasagna, he got engaged to Courtney. So congratulations on that. What a wonderful development for one of our friends at the Voice of College Football. And I see Pitt Sniper says that I'm so pretty. I appreciate that, and I agree. So I was thinking, Mark, I sent you a super chat maybe a couple hours ago about the kind of inspirational line that would apply to this State of the Union address. Either "I'm not a crook," "read my lips, no new taxes," or "ask not what the Voice of College Football can do for you, but ask what you can do for the Voice of College Football." What do you think?
I would say that there's a clear winner here. So I'm going to go highbrow on this. I am definitely going highbrow because we could have much more fun with the first two. But look at how I'm dressed tonight. It's a regal, very formal occasion here, Adam. I don't think there's any question that people would expect me to choose, and for good reason. Ask not what the Voice of College Football can do for you. Ask what you can do for the Voice of College Football.
I think that's perfect. Reminds me of John F. Kennedy from 1960. Unfortunately, November 23rd, 1963, passed away, but might have been a great president. So other highlights from this year, you have Erica Goldberg, who does not like Deacon Hill for some reason and does not like PJ Fleck, unfortunately, from the Golden Gophers. But my question for you is, what's your vision for the Voice of College Football as we head into the 26-27 year?
My vision remains the same in a sense, but maybe has a broader collection of people that are going to contribute and spearhead and catapult that vision into the future, not just myself, but a host of people, and people that will become more prominent than I if they haven't already. And that's to bring the very finest of discussion, debate, and analysis, with an opportunity for all to share a collective voice and community, but to be very diverse in opinion. And also, there's another component to this that I think is unique to what we do, or at least unique to what I do, and I would like to see others take up this place if they are so capable, and that's that I hold people accountable. I don't allow inaccuracies. I don't allow illogic to rule and reign. We have never been a channel or a show that has veered off into the absurdity of delusion and fan mentality of just moronic behavior and lack of tact and lack of precision in analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, I think your show is one of the greatest shows there. And I think, from speaking to you over the last, I would say, year and a half, I think you're extremely intelligent, and your book is fantastic. And I would recommend that everybody buy it. But I also think there's a fine line between moronic and intelligent when it comes to some commentary. So what I think is that one of the things also about this year was that college football this year was all about romance. And nobody wants to acknowledge that. We had Sharon Moore, who found love. We had Carson Beck, who lost love and lost the game. And that's always a part of it. But the reason I was really calling was to say that given this special show, I think you should either play in the background or sing with me a theme song. And my choice would be from the sitcom Cheers, if you recall that from the 90s. If anybody would be willing to join in, it starts out with making your way in the world today.
Wow.
We've got Norm. Remember that?
Well, of course I remember the tune. The tune is classic, and I was not like some Cheers maniac, but I watched it, and I fashioned myself as a extremely marginal singer, meaning it's almost the worst to be marginal at something and not be horrific, where you can get on the karaoke stage and make a complete fool of yourself, but everybody has a good time, or of course be really good. I'm kind of in the middle. Like, I can carry a tune, but nobody wants to listen to me sing. I'm not that good of a singer. Now, I do not remember the tune to that. Like, it's the piano is playing in my head right now, Adam. The piano riff to the Cheers theme is playing in my head right now. Now, if I pull up the words, I might be able to sing it with you.
Yeah.
Can you recite that song by memory?
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
Wouldn't you like to get?
I could sing the rest of it, but I would be embarrassing myself.
Making your way in the world today.
Today it takes everything
you've got.
But
taking
I'll get serious for a second now, because I'm probably making a fool of myself. But my question for you is, as we contemplate the 2026-2027 season, my question for you is, what is your early prediction of who wins the national title? I will share mine first, if you would like me to. My pick is Ohio State. What's yours? And I predict Sharon Moore does find love again and does find compassion, because Paige, was a lovely woman, and I'm sad that they broke up, but I'm rooting for Sharon Moore because love conquers all.
Love.
Oh God. So who's your pick, if you don't mind me asking?
To win the national championship. This also reminds me that I need to produce a way too early top 25 for 2026. Trying to think who's coming back. The national champion for 2026, I believe the chic pick is going to be Oregon. They are going to be the chic pick. And of course, the Big Ten is going to win the national championship because it is now just running the sport. So Oregon and Penn State would be the first teams to come to mind. How about USC?
I think USC is a dark horse, but I think Ohio State has the depth and the playmakers. Um, so that they're going to be my pick at this point. But always want to give a shout out, since this is the State of the Union address. John, TJ, Erica, Jim R, Moose, and everybody who's contributed to the show, because I was going through a pretty rough time in my life back when I discovered the show about a year and a half ago, and it was a great time to come here and hear insightful and intelligent commentary, and to get to meet all of the great people who make this channel great and also have great insight into college football. And I include Deacon Hill in that, of course, but I do think that Ohio State is likely to be the front runner. I think Sharon Moore, my hope for him is that he has a comeback story where in a few years he's able to regain some of his reputation and coach, probably not at an elite level, but that people give him a second chance, because I believe in second chances. I myself have gotten second chances in life, and I hope that he gets that. He gets some grace. But I do want to say I think you run a great channel, and you're one of the best commentators I've seen, so I want to thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I do appreciate you being here, Adam. I have to say that I'm a bit disappointed that you did not recognize and acknowledge me tapping into my acting skills, reading your super chat concerning one Deacon Hill.
Yes, I have seen that you are a very good actor, but the reason I don't bring up acting that much is because it's very traumatic for me, because I was an aspiring actor in the mid to late 90s, and I auditioned for The Sopranos, and I made it to the final casting call, and I wasn't selected. And I was thinking, I wish they had declined me earlier. And that was for the role of Christopher on The Sopranos, played by Michael Imperioli, if you recall that. So I was basically one of these people where almost made it, but didn't. So
Yes,
it is what it is.
that is quite the claim to almost fame. Wow.
I can say from firsthand experience that Jim Gandolfini was the nicest guy in the world. So incredibly pleasant, and may he rest in peace. But great to be part of this show. And Deacon Hill, I'll always keep him, in my memory as what could have been. But you know what? When I think of Iowa, I don't think of Deacon Hill. I think of Cooper DeJean or is it DeJean, whatever, how do you pronounce, with that fair catch call against Minnesota. I'm just saying. But will you, at this time, since this is such an important show, will you acknowledge that Miami defeated Ohio State in 2002 because of a bad pass interference call?
Whoa.
I know you're going to kill me on that one.
You hit a nerve. You struck a nerve. No. The other night, we were on our Miami show, and the Indiana cornerback who intercepted the final pass against Carson Beck, he is the son of the Miami player Glenn Sharp, who committed the pass interference, lest I say committed the pass interference against Ohio State that continued the game. How ironic there. But this was brought up the other night during the Miami show, and I bit my tongue because but they were reeling off a national championship loss. I didn't want to. I chose the show over my own personal feelings. But yes, that was a justified call, clearly.
Well, since you mentioned feelings, I will quote Elvis, who in that wonderful song said, "Reason can't stand in for feeling." It's called a song called "I've Lost You," one of the great Elvis songs. And John Diadamo says, he didn't know I was almost on The Sopranos. I'll tell you why I was not selected. I was not selected, at least they told me, because I was a new actor and it would take too many takes to get the scenes down. Whereas with more experienced actors, it would be more efficient. So I walked out of there in New York City, and I just became one of those almost has-beens.
So it sounds like they acknowledge that you may have had the best audition. You may have been the best at your best in any particular scene, may have been the best choice, but they assumed that you would take more production time, more takes.
That's correct. Yes. I was on the phone with my mom right before the audition. I'm like, I'm going to get it. I'm going to be on The Sopranos. And she was just like, you know what? You're perfect. You're a bum. Yeah, I love you, but you're just a perfect, you look like a, perfect for The Sopranos. And then I walked out and I called her up and I started crying. I said, I didn't make it because they said I would take too many takes. And you know what? Michael Imperioli, he did a fantastic job. I can't say that it wasn't the right choice. So it's sometimes in life, it's okay to be almost rather than, never. So as far as Rick says, Elvis talking about Priscilla, and I'll get off after this because I know I'm rambling, but I just drove back 6 hours from North Carolina. So I'm a little bit tired, but I met Priscilla Presley. I met her at a bookstore in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And I asked Priscilla if she would take a picture with me. And she said yes. What she did was, when we took the picture, she put her arm around my waist and my legs started shaking involuntarily, like I was some deranged groupie. So I was so embarrassed and my face got all red. And after the picture, she was like, it's okay. You're cute. And I said to her, oh, thanks a lot. And she's like, so have you ever been to Graceland? And I said, yes, of course, Priscilla. She's like, what's your favorite part of Graceland? I said, the room to the right where they have the piano. She's like, I know, I love that place. She's like, well, why don't you come back this summer? And we're working on the meditation garden. I said, yeah, I'll be back. But the point was that my legs started shaking and it was a huge embarrassment. But to have Priscilla Presley touch me actually anywhere, just it was an honor.
Yes, I've not been touched by Priscilla Presley. When you said that your legs started shaking, I thought your take on that was not going to be that you were nervous, but that you were channeling Elvis.
I wish it was that, but I was nervous as hell. And I also at that time had a back injury, so I had to have surgery. So I stood in line for 3 hours. My back was killing me. So by the time I got up there, she put her arm around me. What was I supposed to do? And my legs start shaking, and the guy next to me starts laughing. And she starts laughing, and I was just like, it is what it is. But she was nice. But
you stood out though, Adam. See, she's taking picture after picture after picture for 3 hours, and everyone just becomes the same person after a while. But you did something that obviously endeared yourself to her, that she started a conversation.
Well, I'm very respectful of people of that stature, so I wanted to act as such, but I didn't think she would put her arm around me. And then I'm thinking I'm this close to Priscilla, who was this close to Elvis, and it all went to hell after that. But she did, was very nice to me, and she was a very classy lady. And rest in peace, Lisa Marie. But I've got 4 Elvis tattoos. I've got TCB right over here. And I've got EP on my forearm. And people always ask me, what does EP mean? And I tell them, it was the girlfriend that I broke up with who I didn't want to be with anybody else. And they look at me like I'm a freak. And I tell them, no. It's Elvis Presley. It's the Elvis Presley tattoo from his racquetball room where it said EP when you go in there. So
this is a rare thing, Adam, that I run across somebody who has as much Elvis knowledge as I do. And because I got to say, this happens all the time where somebody finds out I'm an Elvis fan, and then they press into their Elvis knowledge, and that's fine. They don't have to be experts on the topic by any stretch, but they sometimes overplay their hand, and they feel like they have to show that they're an Elvis fan, and they really typically come up short and show that they're just a surface fan. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that they try too hard. Why, I don't know. But when you're quoting "I've lost you" off the cuff and these other various references,
You should watch a film called Elvis: The Way It Was, and there's other songs in there like "Patch It Up" that
Sure.
in Vegas. I've Lost You, and one of the best clips on YouTube is when Elvis is rehearsing, singing a song called "Mary in the Morning," and you see Joe Esposito.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Joe Esposito's there along
Yes.
with and
They're
yeah.
throwing ice and
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
That's the clip.
Adam, I know.
So we miss Elvis. August 16th, 1977.
Yes.
Graceland is a very interesting place. It's both modest and classy at the same time, and
Also a bit garish at the same time.
Yes, Elvis is wonderful. But then there's another song that everybody should listen to. It's the song I danced to with my girlfriend at the junior prom in 1988. It's called "Eternal Flame" by the Bangles.
Yes.
We're getting older, Mark.
Not one of my favorite Bengals songs. I like their upbeat stuff more, but it's a decent song, sure.
Or "How the Web Was Woven" by
How the Web Was
Elvis.
Woven. How I Fell in Love with You. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, that's
And
how
the web was woven. I fell in love with you. Oh, it's how the web was woven. I suck at singing, but I still love Elvis. And I will also say that a song that nobody knows really from Elvis that's fantastic. It's called "The Last Farewell."
Yeah, I hate that song. But Adam, I know them all. Believe me, I know them all. I could even sing that song and I don't like it. It is from his second to last album, from Elvis Presley Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee. Yes.
Yes. And then there's another song. I think it's it has I forget what the song is. I think it's "Green Green Grass of Home."
Yes.
Another great one.
The old hometown looks the same as I stepped down from the train. And how to meet me was my mama and my papa.
What? And how could you forget "Early Morning Rain"?
In
the early morning rain with a dollar in my and big 707s. Yeah, anyway. But yeah.
In my heart.
I've rambled enough, but
you're very much entrenched in the early 70s. So
I like Elvis from the comeback special through the Vegas years, and I think that in 1977, when he went to South Dakota, he went to Rapid City, I believe, and then Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
His voice, especially on "Hurt," was as good as it's ever been, and I think he was not. And I do not believe that Elvis was as overweight as people claim. I believe he had water retention from steroids and other medications. But if you look at him, he was not a fat Elvis. He was someone who was struggling with prescription drugs.
Bloated Elvis. See, we would have quite the debate about the best version of Elvis because I believe he reached his vocal peak in the early 60s.
Well, he was certainly spectacular then, but I think one of his best concerts was Aloha. I think he got into shape for Aloha from Hawaii, and his rendition of what was it, that song with "Glory, Glory, Hell," the American Trilogy. Yeah, that was amazing. But when he passed away, and he was taking a Baptist memorial, he was dead on arrival. But they worked on him for about 20 minutes, with what they call the Harvey team. Dr. Harvey and his doctors tried to, but he was gone. And I actually got to have dinner once with the person who did the autopsy on Elvis. It was only because of legal connections in connection with the case, but it was sad. He was only 42, but he was the best singer and best performer I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely. You get no argument from me. I listen to him every day.
So thanks for listening to me ramble, and great show as always. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate all that you do. So thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you
All
being
right.
here.
Take care.
Adam has certainly become a main contributor here at the Voice of College Football, not just on the Rutgers channel every Tuesday night. Got to check it out, but just consistently showing up and offering some well thought out proposals. Tony has been watching us for a long time. Tony, we appreciate you. I will always follow the Voice of College Football, even cut to twice a week live streams and continued post game analysis will keep your channel alive, and your team channels still may rise again in numbers. 10 p.m. is too late for us Westerners. Tony, thank you for that. Tony's been around for quite some time. And we also have a super chat coming in from, is that Minnie Hunt? Is that the Minnie Hunt? For Elvis to sing Happy Birthday, Mark, I had no idea you could sing Elvis so well. I would have taken you up on that offer in September. Huh? Whoa. Happy birthday. Oh, to sing happy birthday to you. Next year, Minnie. It's got to be somebody's birthday out there right now, right? Happy birthday to you. All right. In the early morning rain. All right. Adam's got me going here. Adam, for as much Elvis knowledge as you have, it's pretty easy to detect your pre-1968 knowledge might be a bit off. I could take advantage of it, I'm sure. If you know the song Happy Ending, if you know the song Beyond the Bend, or Is It So Strange, or I could go. I know everyone in the catalog. Believe me, folks, I know everyone in the catalog. If there's something I know more than college football, it's Elvis. Although I got to admit, I have seen these Elvis trivia contests where what address was his first home, those kind of things. Now, about the music, the movies, yes, that I'm locked in on. I don't care about the other stuff. Minnie, you have been missed. Minnie has not been around for a while. Where have you been hiding? We're about to wrap up this baby. I've got nothing else to say, I don't think. I do anticipate that I'm going to end the show, and then there's going to be 14 things that I think of that I wanted to mention. We are presented by FanDuel, and I made this plea a little bit earlier in the show. There's one thing I would say that somewhat mystifies me, because many of you are so loyal and so encouraging. When you shop on Amazon, please use the link that we provide. It is not going to mess up your Amazon situation at all. They're very fine, smart people there. I don't really know if they're really fine people. They're smart people there at Amazon. And also consider that the technology is such that when you click on that link, boom, it instantaneously takes you to your link, your account. Nothing is messed up. Nothing is compromised in any way. Please use the Amazon link that we provide. That could make all the difference in the world going forward. Erica, if we get started on Elvis, then forget it. Have you heard about Hawkeye Elvis? He's an Iowa fan who goes to Iowa games dressed up like Elvis. Well, I would have been able to surmise that from the term Hawkeye Elvis. I believe I have spotted him in the games there. Oh, so Erica, thank you for that. I do believe I've seen him. Yes, this is going to be epic. Anyone who is not an Elvis fan, just give it a shot. Go watch this movie that's coming out called Epic. It almost fits perfectly. Elvis Presley in concert, the acronym EPIC. It writes itself. It's going to be excellent. Minnie says we have Metal Elvis in Arizona. He's fantastic. I knew you would put some kind of like hairband metal slant on it. From a Paradox, my thing is vintage amps and guitars. Yes. Do we have any Elvis karaoke go-to songs? Moose, good one. Adam, did you check into the Heartbreak Hotel after you met her? Well, since my... Yes, there it is. There's the link. Thank you, Jackson. Right on cue. Oh, at the cabin. Very nice. Kentucky rain keeps pouring down. Very, very nice. Yes. Jackson reminding everyone to catch Minnie on her Coronation show Mondays and Thursdays right here on YouTube, of course. Moose, I'm okay. It's negative 18 here, wind chill. It is dipped into the 50s here, I believe. It was a nice like 68 or 70 today. I did enjoy the weather today. 63. Adam should be, yes, the most interesting man on the Dos Equis commercials. I see it. I do see that. I do see it. Actually, 63 to be more exact, Erica. Yes, it was beautiful here today. All right, folks. I am tapped out, I believe, here on another edition. Another year has come and gone. And yes, the state of the voice of college football is in the books, for better or worse. We showed you the good, the bad, the ugly, the hope, the tragedy, all of it played out like a soap opera tonight, did it not? And it ended in song with all of you. You guys are the best. I know that's cliche, but you're here supporting me, encouragement, all of it. I appreciate. And yeah, I'm not quitting. I'm not going away. I'm not going anywhere. You may see a little less of me, but it may be a little bit more meaningful in the future. How about that? Next up will be my college football conference rankings. That is coming up next. I believe I've got all the metrics laid out to where we can present our conference rankings. This offseason, all-time rankings, program rankings, coaches rankings, and the conference rankings, at least that much. And I'll go to work on schedules. I really wanted to tear into the transfer portal, but I don't know if that's in the cards. All right. I have a big day ahead of me. I got a 3-hour drive in the morning. So we are going to, no, we won't get to bed. I don't do that, but anytime soon. But we'll get something to eat. Enjoy the rest of your night. We appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football, and we will see you soon. Speaking of classic pop culture, I almost made a reference there that I bet nobody would get. I was about to say, it almost came out of my mouth. I'll see you when I see you. That was a send-off of, does anyone remember this show? Kenny from Ed. Go. Does anyone remember that show? Ed. One of my favorite shows of all time. Anyone? Anyone? No, no, no. All right. See you next time.